here. But before we start, let me give you a quick cognitive test. It's early in the morning, of course. And I'll ask you, how many panels do we have? 5, all right? How many presentations do we have? No, 4. If you carefully read, it says Anna-Marie Biro and Corinna Lennox. The word "and" is very key. These are legal documents. Remember, every word counts. So we have the word "and," which designates the fact that Anna-Maria and Corinna will be sharing their 10 minutes, each 5 and 5. So with that small refresher, I will proceed in the order of the program itself. And turn the floor now to Jennifer Jackson-Priest, who is Associate Professor in Nationalism at the European Institute of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Jennifer, please.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Before I begin, I wanted to thank the rapporteur, also the Lantos Institute and the Austrian Ministry for creating space for this important conversation and also for inviting me to participate in it. I've been given a brief by Anna-Maria, and I'm hoping I'm going to do justice to the brief. I've been asked to review the importance of participation, locating it both as a substantive and a procedural right. Beyond that, I want to rethink some of the lessons of the past. I'm going to focus more distantly on the League of Nations, because sometimes it's easier to see the lessons of the more distant past and then use them as an opportunity to reflect on the present. But I'm also going to discuss the United Nations and the opportunities that exist within that forum. And then I'm going to conclude by making some recommendations. I'm not happily going to repeat, notice I'm focusing on the R's here, I'm not going to repeat the content that was already provided yesterday. And in this I owe a big debt to Manfred and Sia, who've already given us a very nice overview of the instruments. So I'm going to assume we're all more or less up to speed on the contours of what the instruments afford us. What then is really the crux of the matter, certainly for this panel, but I think for minority rights in general? It's true of minority rights, it's true of human rights, it's true of all rights. Ultimately, the crux of the matter, of course, is the lived experience of individual human beings. We are endeavoring through our rights conversations, through our substantive guarantees, through the procedures, through meetings of this kind today, to try and improve that lived reality, in this case of minorities and the communities to which they belong, and beyond that, of course, to the betterment of societies with a view to overcoming potential grievances, pushing towards greater trust, and through that, of course, justice and indeed conflict prevention. And I think this is an opportune moment now for us to come back thinking about that lived experience and the ways that we can endeavor to try and push that forward within the instruments. This segues nicely into the distinction between the substantive and the procedural. Substantive rights are, of course, the content of the guarantees that have already been much discussed yesterday. We think about what it is precisely that minorities may claim as their rights from states, from other members of society. Of course, rights have reciprocal duties, and we use these as a way really to elucidate what is most important in allowing minorities to be able to flourish as distinct communities with distinct identities, distinct cultures, while also, of course, being able to participate fully in the societies in which they live. It's not intended, in other words, to isolate, but rather to engage, to build dialogue, and through dialogue, of course, to build trust, to build respect, to move away from processes of securitization. Where we have difficulties, ultimately, this comes down to a very nice turn of phrase by colleague Jack Donnelly. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with his writings, talks about what he refers to as a possession paradox. What is the paradox? The possession paradox refers to those circumstances where substantively rights exist. They're enumerated in documents, we can point to them, but the lived experience still falls short of that. And we've talked about this already in terms of problems of compliance. What happens then? And this is, of course, where procedural rights come into play, because it is through the procedural rights that we create opportunities for individuals who should have rights, but are not able to fully possess them, to come forward, to try and claim them, to work through the instruments, in other words, to push towards realization of those commitments that the declaratory statements, the international treaties are intending to provide. Participation is key to all of this, and I would go so far as to say it is the sine qua non of possession, because without participation you are not going to fully have possession. Why? Well, ultimately, it is because participation is the embodiment of agency. It is enabling individuals to express themselves, to express their cultures and their identities, but also to say where they feel they are not fully receiving what they are entitled to, and to be able to participate in decisions relevant to them and to their communities. So where we have full participation, there you will find possession. And where we do not have full participation, there you are more likely to find the paradox, the failures, in other words, fully to provide what is the intention of the rights instruments to give. At this point, I want to point out to you, and very just quickly summarize it really, all cases of the instruments that we've already been discussing, you will see evidence both of the substance and the procedure. And the substance, of course, crucially including rights of participation. Again, because this is the way we give agency to those to whom the rights are directed. You can think of Article 2 of the Universal Declaration on Minority Rights. I can think of Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You can think of Article 27 of the ICCPR. You can think of Article 5 of the CERD Convention. You can think of Article 35 of the Copenhagen Declaration and the Lund recommendations. You could think of Article 15 of the Framework Convention. Going back to the past, you can think of Article 7 and Article 12 in the Polish Treaty, which set the basis for what would become the League of Nations system. So in all cases, in other words, we have the recognition of the importance of participation, and indeed an effort to actualize that both in the form of substantive guarantees, but also in the form of procedural guarantees. Does it work? It's a great question, of course. I'm now going to focus back on the League because I think we have an advantage when we look to the distant past. It is not, of course, our own lived experience. In that sense, we have a greater objectivity, I think, but we can use that as a way to reflect back then on what our own experience is. And I always tell people the League ought to be taken seriously. The most important point people say of the League is, well, it failed, which is true, but it wasn't predetermined to fail. And it had an awful lot of serious commitment and endeavor directed at it. And most importantly, within that hopeful opportunity of the League was the role of the Minorities Secretariat. And through the Minorities Secretariat, they actually opened up real possibilities for procedural rights, creating the opportunity of petition through the Secretariat to the Council. Note, by the way, that right of being able to petition and then giving states an opportunity to comment back has an awful lot of corollaries. If you look at the way procedures operate today, we talk about the reporting instruments at the UN. You can think of the Framework Convention's reporting instruments. There's a commonality there. And not, therefore, a million miles away from us then, the League in experience. Equally, the Minorities Secretariat opened up a process of what we would today call quiet diplomacy, in many ways mimicking the kinds of examples we see the High Commissioner on National Minorities engaging in today. And again, trying to, behind the scenes, create opportunities of different minorities. But why did it fail then? It failed ultimately because it did not fully provide those opportunities for participation. There were efforts early on to try and increase the access of minorities to the League. They didn't come to fruition. Instead, minorities turned away from the League and towards their kin states for protection. At the same time, efforts by those states who were bound by the treaties to universalize the guarantees also failed. Instead, those states saw these as incursions on their sovereignty, which other states were not willing to accept, result of this is a process of securitization that we're all familiar with. And by the middle of the 1930s, the whole system basically had ground to a halt. And we can see its decline linked very much into a descent back into war, obviously, ultimately, World War in Europe. And again, I don't need to draw the corollaries to the present time. Alas, we are in the moment, again, in a very depressing way, seeing once more a return to war in Europe. So the lessons are salutary. We've spoken already about the safe path.
theme with the participation of all stakeholders. So we have heard from minority participants over the years. We talked and interviewed minority participants to understand their motivation for coming to the UN and the forum in particular, the opportunities afforded by global governance spaces like the UN for minorities cannot be underestimated, where groups face marginalization and persecution at the national level. Many doors are closed to them, or they face personal risks in speaking out about their concerns. Then they would try to approach global governance structures. In the words of one UN minority fellow, the UN is the only platform to safely raise awareness for positive change. It is better to negotiate at the international level in order to have some safety from government. This comment reminds us also that many minority groups face reprisals for advocating for their rights, including reprisals against themselves, their families, and their communities when they speak at the UN. In spite of these challenges, minorities come to the UN in their hundreds. I think last year was more than 600 registrations. They come to the forum as the only space at the UN specifically dedicated to dialogue on minority rights. Obviously, dialogue is not possible without participation. So again, it needs to be secured. Our research shows a great diversity of voices are participating at the forum, but there are also some significant regional imbalances. The short time frame of the forum, at only 2 days, means a very limited number of minority voices can be heard at each session, despite the large number of attendees. Our research also finds that about 80% of civil society organizations attend only once, with 10% returning more than 3 times. Now think through the consequences of that. Overall, at the Geneva sessions, approximately half of the NGO participants were from the the Asia-Pacific and African group 12%, and the Eastern European group 10%. The findings underscore the urgent need for a well-supported voluntary fund to increase participation from underrepresented regions. Of course, the regional forums try to do that as well. We have seen the success of this approach under the voluntary fund for indigenous peoples, as Jennifer mentioned. Our findings also show that the majority of NGO participants are from physical and online have been held in 2019, 2020, and 2021. I won't get into precise data, but we could see that participation in these regional forums ranged from 135 average up to 192, and this highest number was in Africa, not by accident. So we could see a tendency of regional forums balancing out the bias in participation in the UN forum.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and good morning, everyone. So turning to some other participants, the UN member states do participate regularly in the forum, but not all consistently. Overall, we noted that 73 different states had made presentations to the forum over a 10-year period. The vast majority of those statements, about 80%, were reflecting good practice in I feel that the regional forums really have helped to address this imbalance by involving more localized minority experts. And then the fourth key participating stakeholder in the forum has been intergovernmental organizations. Overall, about 85% of the delegates from the regional organizations have been from the European Regional Organization. This is going to the Geneva session. There is a regular attendance by UN agencies, with the exception of the OHCHR, which indicates that there needs to be greater incentives to participate from other intergovernmental organizations, in spite of the fact that they have a mandated role for this under the UN Declaration on Minorities. Now, in practice, as we said, the forum's ability to facilitate dialogue and cooperation is limited by the current participation modalities. In comparison with other UN spaces, the forum is relatively open in the sense that minorities and states have similar terms for their making of statements. The new modality of regional forums has really increased access as well as localized the outcome recommendations and strengthened regional networks. Yet there are significant limitations, and this includes the short time span of the Geneva Forum at only 2 days, the requirement to focus on one theme rather than open agenda items on urgent issues, the lack of funding to attend the forum, the limited space for dialogue on focused issues at side meetings, and the low participation from many state delegations, and also UN or regional agencies. There has also been a mixed record on the part of the UN to document the really important information that's shared in the statements. And in order to address this, our research team has created a new web-based resource, minorityforum.info, which is a searchable database that compiles all of the statements made to the forum. Now, overall, the UN has a strong track record of building institutions to enable the participation of marginalized groups. But minorities have been let down by the UN in this regard. By way of comparative example, we look to the success of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and the newly established Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. They show us what is possible. Those institutions meet for several weeks a year. They include a governing body comprised of elected representatives of Indigenous peoples and people of African descent from all regions. And both groups have benefited from a UN decade to focus attention to their needs and UN resolutions aimed at enhancing their participation in UN bodies. So allow me to conclude with some recommendations. The first is to amend the forum's thematic agenda to include also an agenda item to address urgent issues of minority rights protection. Second, to urge states to contribute donations to a dedicated UN voluntary fund for minorities. Third, to improve the documentation of all participation statements, or all participant statements to the forum. Next, to urge states and regional and intergovernmental organizations to consistently participate in the forum and to report to it. To resolve to continue the practice of holding regional level forum meetings on a rotating basis. To urge the General Assembly to adopt a resolution on enhancing the participation of minorities representatives and institutions in meetings of the relevant UN bodies on issues affecting them, based on a precedent resolution of the same title for indigenous peoples that the General Assembly has adopted. We'd like to see also consultations with minority groups as part of that resolution and a report by the Secretary General. And finally, thinking beyond the horizon, consider the adoption of a UN International Year or Decade on Minorities, a World Conference on Minorities, and even a permanent forum on minorities. We really believe that these recommendations will improve the problem-solving capacity of the UN and put the participation of minorities at the center of that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Corinna, who, if you've also read the program, you will see is co-director of the Human Rights Consortium at the School of Advanced Study in the University of London. So she took the floor following immediately after Anna Maria and the joint presentation, which, however, came up with, as you can see, 2 heads are better than 1, lots of recommendations at the end, so congratulations. Very, very useful and fruitful. We turn now then to Julis Rostas, who is a visiting professor at the National School of Political Studies and Administration in Bucharest, and also worked in so many other universities and places, currently residing in Berlin. So Julis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers, the ministry, the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and of course to Tom Lantos Institute for creating these spaces where minorities can come together and reflect on how to improve minority rights protection system in the world. I think it's really important to have these spaces. As a scholar and as a researcher and an activist that is very much interested into racism against Roma worldwide, I think we have to learn from Romani experiences and to incorporate those lessons into the minority protection system to strengthen it and to make it more efficient in protecting the human rights of minorities. Now, I'll give you some reflections, also historically, on the situation of Roma that might be very relevant for the discussions here. Roma have been for centuries a marginalized minority group. Since their arrival into Europe, Roma have been enslaved, hunted and killed, deported and denied entries into cities and towns, unable to profess and distribute their products, sentenced heavier than the rest of the population for ordinary or no crimes, stigmatized and segregated, subject to forced assimilation policies ranging from banning the Romani language to renaming of their identity as new peasants, and from banning the wearing of traditional clothes to taking away Romani children and placing them into foster families. And all these actions were taken in the name of civilizing or helping the Roma get rid of their way of life and their identity, or to quote so many anthropologists, to get rid of their gypsiness. Yeah. This is an important point to remember later on, also during the recommendations. I'll make a jump of a few centuries, and I'll get back to we arrived in the 19th century, when eugenics and Nazis later on, Nazi scientists constructed Roma as an inferior race with specific physical characteristics that made them incapable of respecting social norms, contribute to the culture and science in the society, and being rather a plague for the society. For these reasons, Nazis and their allies aimed at eliminating Roma as a group or as an inferior race from the society. An important point on this topic is that for Roma, the Holocaust did not end with the end of the Second World War. Recent research conducted in France shows that Roma were detained in internment camps until July 1946, well after the end of the Second World War in Europe. Also, racist research did not stop with the Second World War and Nazis. it continues, and nowadays is very much in fashion, the genetic research on Roma to strengthen the racist opinions on Roma. Lacking organizations and political power to articulate and express their interests, Roma were not recognized as victims of the Holocaust and did not receive compensations for their losses and sufferings. The German judiciary refused several times to recognize Roma as victims of Holocaust, preferring to reproduce Nazi arguments that Roma were persecuted because they were asocials. It took German government until 1982 to recognize Roma as victims of the Holocaust, although they had all the necessary proofs and data at their disposal. Other governments, such as, for example, the government of Romania, in spite of recognizing the Roma as victims and offering some symbolic compensatory measures, are using bureaucratic tricks to avoid paying the monthly allowances to Roma Holocaust survivors. And here we are talking about less than 300 survivors, and the payment is around 2,000 euros, so it's not a huge budget. Until recently, even the UN forgot to invite Roma to the events commemorating the Holocaust. Yeah. It is also believed that Roma are not interested into the past or the future, that they live in the present. That's the general stereotypes about Roma. Well, I can tell you that for us Roma, Holocaust is an experience that even if we don't talk publicly too much about it, that is passed from generation to generation and that marked our identity as a group. Therefore, to ensure their existence in a highly hostile environment, Roma developed survival strategies for coexistence based on limited engagement with non-Roma and their institutions. Only following the 1971 World Roma Congress, and more impetus after the fall of communism, Roma decided to change the traditional resistance paradigm and focus on engaging with majority-dominated political institutions, claiming rights, and trying to influence political decisions affecting their lives. They started organizing themselves, setting up political parties and NGOs to articulate their interests and negotiate their priorities. An important development for Roma was the recognition as a national minority by several states in Europe. But the opportunities to participate were not immediately translated into political successes and significant improvement of the situation of Roma. On the contrary, nowadays, in many states, Roma live worse than 2 or 3 decades ago. Often, Roma leaders were co-opted or became corrupted and gatekeepers. Mainstream parties are avoiding putting Roma on their agenda, mainly due to the fear of their electorate will not vote a program that addresses Roma-related issues. Minority rights are still perceived by many members of the society as privileges or extra rights for minority groups. Being in minority, facing racism and oppression historically, and without the support of a king state, Roma do not fully enjoy the benefits of minority rights. The state and its institutions have significantly contributed to the marginalization and oppression of Roma. They have been excluded from the access to mass education and the school curriculum, stigmatized for their way of life by authorities, forcibly evicted, removed, and sanctioned by local authorities, criminalized, harassed, and persecuted by police, and drafted into army only when the country needed to be defended. The effects of these practices include high poverty rates, poor living conditions, and low education and employment levels, which further exacerbates Roma marginalization and exclusion. Racism against Roma is widespread in European societies, as noticed by international organizations, human rights monitoring bodies, and NGOs. Police and law enforcement agencies continue to target disproportionately Roma communities and individuals, and the COVID-19 pandemic showed exactly the mechanism how they target these communities. Without a king state or support from any political authority, Roma did not develop influential identity representation institutions. And the narratives about their culture and identity, therefore, continues to be dominated by majority institutions, such as universities, research centers, government agencies, and of course, the folklore. Maybe this is one of the most egregious forms of oppression of Roma, control over their identity and what the next generations are taught about their past. Now, before moving to the recommendations, I just want to make one point about the discussions that took place yesterday here. And I want to point the issue of racism. Now, when we talk about racism, this is a very sensitive topic, but it's really fundamental to include power relations and dynamics in our analysis to understand the situation of minorities. Not all racism works the same way. And context really matters. Contextualization to analyze and understand the significant differences of minority police unit to fight neo-Nazi groups. And in the end, they couldn't make a difference who is undercover agent and who is a real neo-Nazi. But also we have to touch upon something that was not discussed so much here, is the role of academia in producing and reproducing social inequalities between minorities and majorities in our society. And the example of Roma, we have what to learn from this. Of course, we can learn from the experience of the Jewish minority and the development of Jewish studies. Now, I would like to move rather fast to the recommendations. Here are some recommendations. International organizations should strengthen the review and monitoring of existing minority rights enshrined in relevant international and
but I've been told that it is due to the entire academy failing, although I just got back, I think, a video connection. So as soon as I get the thumbs up from mission control, we will link up with Elon Musk.
So does the windfall mean that the board
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize again for this slight interruption. Technology inevitably will let us down from time to time. In this case, as was mentioned, it was an internet failure here in the building and in the academy as a whole, but we are back online and in presence in person. I'm happy to pass the floor indeed to someone who is then online with us. Victoria Akjurina is a senior lecturer at the OSCE Academy in Bishkek. And I hope we can bring her online for her contribution to this panel. Welcome, Victoria.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Very much so.
Yeah. I can hear and see you very well as well. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here. So I'll just go directly to my presentation, and I need to share a map with you. So it should be, just a second. It should be this way. Can you see it?
Yes, we can. Excellent.
Okay, so I'm calling this presentation Minority Rights in the Incomplete State Building, Questions and Controversies. The reason for that is that simply I couldn't find as many solutions as I could find questions and problems to the implementation of minority rights, especially in the case of Fergana Valley in the heart of Central Asia. So I give you this map, which is the map, the schematic, my favorite map actually of Fergana Valley. It's the area that is trisected by Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan partly. As you can see, it has myriad of enclaves, and like some territories of some enclaves, say Tajik Orukh would be surrounded by Kyrgyz territory, and so on. So sometimes to go from one part of your territory to another, be it in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, you need to cross borders of 3 different countries within, say, 2 hours, which makes this area a fascinating case, an example of minority issues. Let's put it that way. So, and here the problem usually, like, okay, for those who is not familiar with the area, just want to add that it has been called sort of the Central Asian Balkans, and it's been widely securitized and marginalized, this very area, due to a lot of conflicts, sporadic, episodic, and sometimes massive conflicts, called interethnic conflicts in the area. And here I'll give you the 3 major ones. Of course, there were more also during the Soviet time, but we are focusing on the post-Soviet, and the major interethnic tensions happened in the 90s. Right after the collapse of the Soviet Union, then in 2010, after the second revolutionary momentum in Kyrgyzstan. And currently, there are ongoing clashes around the disputed borderlands of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, as you may all well know, right? So let me go to the straight to the problems there, or to the issues that this area raises for us, for our perception of international human rights regimes. So I suggest that there are a few false assumptions and framing strategies around treating minority issue in Central Asia, in that area especially. Firstly, it's the assumption of ethnic hatred and it's some kind of inherent unacceptance of one cultural group by another. So what does it mean? It's simply that there's this assumption that there are communities of different ethnic backgrounds, say Tajik, Kyrgyz, or Uzbek, who sort of have very strict geographical clear-cut boundaries between them, or clear-cut identity and cultural boundaries between them. Right, and this is not exactly so if you look at the area, because as you could see on the map, like for instance, if you find yourself in one of the enclaves, right, and administratively, in strict formal legal sense, it's a territory, say, of Uzbekistan, but it's surrounded by the Kyrgyz lands, and it probably doesn't even have the administrative authority, or it has some sort of it, but not fully fledged administrative authority that connects it to the central state, say Uzbekistan, or if we are in a Tajik enclave, to Tajikistan, same with Kyrgyz enclaves, and so on. So it may be, say, administratively a Tajik enclave with the majority of Uzbek population surrounded by a Kyrgyz territory. I hope you can catch the multi-layered cultural identity related issue, and also the issue of political authority or the statehood as such, right? Sometimes in some times of the modern history, some of those small enclaves were even surrounded by the wire fence, especially when the states were building their borders, when they were fortifying their borders, which was part of the state building exercise. So some of those enclaves were even surrounded by wire fence, and that's why I say that it leads to some sort of land pocketing when you have those pockets within the lands, and they are isolated. They're isolated both from these states they're surrounded by and from their central states which they are formally belonging to. So what you find there, if you really go for fieldwork and ethnographic research and ask those communities, those people about their sense of belonging, they would say, okay, formally I'm, say, Uzbek or Tajik or Kyrgyz, right? But I feel more connection, I have more friends with my neighbors. I don't feel the sense of belonging to central states, say in Dushanbe or Tashkent or Bishkek. I feel connection to my surrounding communities that are actually not my state, right? That are actually the ones who are the majority or the dominant ones, as we call them, as the system calls them, right? So this is the paradox of that area, and that's why I'm suggesting that this binary logic of minority versus majority or dominated versus dominant is a little bit misleading in terms of practice, at least when we try to implement those beautiful rules and the beautiful legislation that all these states formally have subscribed to, right? Then the next point, another false assumption is that, okay, Soviet Union collapsed. Everything ended. Institutional legacy in a way ended. And some authors actually say that it hasn't, so there's a lot of research on the Soviet legacy going on. But in my research, I focus on societal legacy, on the cross-border societal interdependence. For instance, again, if you go back to this map and you add the rivers, the water sharing practices to this area, as you all may know, these are the two biggest rivers, Sirdarya and Amudarya, and they were governed during the Soviet time in three tiers: the regional, the national community, and the community, the third tier. The third tier would be governed by the collective farms, which then disappeared, right? There was the collapse of the Soviet Union and decollectivization. So while the rights for land were more or less regulated through privatization, the lands for water, they still need to be regulated. There are attempts, there are different projects that deal with it, like water users associations and so on, but they are very episodic, let's say, and sporadic. There's not yet a system to govern this transnational, cross-border societal interdependence, which is a remnant of the Soviet past, but it is a reality of today, right? Okay, and so those are, and most of the framing strategies in the media, or most of the narratives, policy scripts, etc., they are based on these assumptions. There's always this ethnocentrism in the way Central Asian states and societies are narrated, and the multi-layered identities, this multi-layered sense of belonging, this lack of clear-cut boundaries between those communities gets a little bit neglected. So my questions in this regard would be, so how do we promote inclusion of minorities in a state where the so-called titular nationality, and those of you who study post-Soviet space may know that this is a widespread term, titular nationality, that refers to the majority of the population. And why I still keep this term for this presentation is that sometimes this so-called majority or titular nationality, it has been underrepresented itself in politics, economics, and cultural life, at least during the transition period. And we can attribute the causes of it to the colonial legacy, Soviet legacy, or other factors, but definitely in the 90s, say, if we are speaking about Kyrgyzstan or any Central Asian state, the titular nationality, the majority, was itself a minority in politics, in anything that was politically important, that had influence on the social life. Which is why, at another point in history, say 10 years later, that majority would still feel threatened by minorities, and not threatened physically or culturally, but in terms of the state, in terms of territory. So the majorities in the state, they would be observing also the attitude and the actions of the neighboring states that technically those minorities belong to, right? Those mixed minorities in those areas belong to. So if you take south of Kyrgyzstan, you would see the myths and fears surrounding Uzbek minority, and those myths that say that maybe they want to claim the territory of Fergana Valley for themselves, etc., etc. So how do we deal with this, right? When the majority itself claims the right for self-determination against the Russians or the Soviets, Soviet authorities, let's call them that way, and through claiming this right to self-determination, they indirectly challenge the rights of other minorities in the region, right? I hope I'm making sense here. So the second question would be also, how do we then consider this binary or reconsider this binary of minority and majority in societies with these multi-layered identities, shifted sense of belonging? And it's not always, the complicated part is that it's not always the sense of belonging, say, like a detachment or disenchantment from their presumed central states, but also some sense of belonging to transnational power networks. And think about Islam of resistance, as I call it. Some authors call it transnational religious movements or transnational. And it's not the movement as such that is threatening. It's more the in a way, the lack of it in physical terms, but then it's very present in ideological, in ideational, cultural terms, in terms of some kind of sense of belonging again. So how do we deal with that? And this all goes beyond the states, right? We're talking about societies and the state, the territorial state, as somebody, the agent that provides or should provide those minority rights. Okay, and then my third question is in that regard would be that when I've been thinking about how minority rights regimes are implemented on the ground as part of the global governance, they seem to be designed more for homogeneous cultures again, rather than heterogeneous multi-layered cultures in transition. And for example, think about this again, collapse of the Soviet Union in the societies which were created as multicultural Soviet societies, right? So in a way, there was this subject, the idea of high modernist state, which was the Soviet kind of state, and then at that point in time, the Westphalian notion of the nation state arrives with the neoliberal scripts of Washington Consensus and all the other state building policy scripts, right? So we have two notions of the state, the Westphalian nation state versus the high modernist kind of multicultural state. So again, a paradox. In the moment when Western or European, let's say, societies were moving beyond sovereignty, away from sovereignty, or at least they tried to, the post-Soviet space, Central Asia, had to move towards nation state, which the risk of which in this context is ethno-nationalism, right? In a way, that's what the state needs, but then what the state needs is not always good for the people and human rights. So another paradox that Central Asia had to face, especially that area. And finally, also I want to point out this paradox of formal, informal dimensions of power and tacit sources of legitimacy. Again, if we go back to the, for instance, episode of 2010, ethnic tensions in the south of Kyrgyzstan, in Fergana Valley, after the second revolutionary momentum, right? If we go back there and we go back to the main reports, international organizations reports, human rights reports, of course, it seems like the majority violated the rights of the minority. However, again, in terms of statehood, in terms of state building, a lot of leaders from those communities, they at that time possessed very good amount of informal power, informal legitimacy, at least in that area, right? So if you see it like a state, as James Scott would say, right? If you're seeing the situation like a state, you will see the threat to statehood, to sovereignty, to order. And that's where the clash happens. Again, the question is, how do we deal with this? So also, how do we measure the minority participation if it happens through informal sources and mechanisms, which has been the case a lot in Fergana Valley around those communities, at least before 2010. So what happened after 2010, and I've been looking at most statistics on that, we can see that, of course, rights of minorities were decreasing. For instance, the schools with the languages of minorities were decreasing in all the three states, not only in Kyrgyzstan. Maybe in Kyrgyzstan, the minority representation was even higher than in the neighboring states. But so there is a certain decrease in there, but at the same time, there's also a shift in the sense of belonging when minorities actually say, oh, I've seen how I was treated during or after those events by my central state, right, that I technically belong to. So I feel more Kyrgyz at the moment than I feel Uzbek or Tajik, and the other way around if you go to the other communities. And that's the paradox of Fergana Valley societies. So how do we measure minority participation under those conditions? So again, it brings me down to gaps in research design that I've been observing in most
we need to make sure we have time. We need to make sure we have time a little bit for more of the interactive dialogue. Victoria, thank you.
Just wrap it up. So basically what I'm suggesting is that we need to make sure we sort of go beyond the risk of ethno-nationalism in our sampling strategies, and that we do not boost, because a lot of research, many companies that introduce research design on these issues, on minority issues, they use boosting techniques for minorities, which on the one hand makes them speak up, on the other hand, it replicates the old findings, and we never know what the new picture looks like, right? So, yes, these are the questions I wanted to raise, and maybe the recommendations. We need to harmonize all of those contradictory ideas, and maybe we need to also look at the the societal interdependence that exists in that area. We need to look at how we conceptualize those rights. Do we create an idea of common good out of those rights? How do we integrate it into the international regimes of say, transboundary resources, and how we reconciliate it with the state in transition in this area? So I'll just stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good. Thank you so much, Victoria. I was happy to give you a few more minutes because it's the first direct contribution that we've had on Central Asia. By the same token, we had a contribution by the internet system here as well that took away some of our time likewise. Therefore, we have approached the moment of interactive dialogue, for which I have a list, both online and here in person. And as before, I will be alternating with the different people on those two lists. But before that, I want to remind the participants of the Regional Forum to contribute constructively to these discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work. And that all the interventions and statements under each theme should be relevant to our panel session currently. It is preferred the speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. And we encourage that all participants provide concrete recommendations, as we've heard already this morning, on how to tackle the issues under the theme that you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of everyone to that end. Also, in order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive and disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. And finally, all participants are reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this forum or who cooperate and have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives, and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are encouraged and urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So, with those few words, not so few words, then let me turn to the interactive dialogue I have on my list. I will start actually online since we were interrupted for a few minutes. And from the very beginning, we had Antonis Lambidis. So please, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Antonis Lambidis, and I represent the Constantinopolitan Society, a civil society organization established in 1928 in Greece by forcibly expatriated members of the Greek minority of Istanbul. Our intervention will focus on recommendations regarding the basic issues that are related to the human rights violations of the Greek minority in Turkey, which have not been resolved and are in contrast with what is in effect internationally and specifically with the United Nations declarations on the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. By a series of legislative and administrative measures, the Turkish government has engineered the annihilation of the Greek minority by violating not only explicit international treaty obligations, but also some of its own domestic laws. These oppressive policies have led to the dramatic decline of the Greek population in Turkey from over 130,000 in the 1950s to less than 1,500 at present. Just a few recommendations. The Turkish government is called upon to invite Greek minority representatives to the Greek Grand National Assembly so as to actively influence the final provisions of any legislation affecting their rights. Revise the law of the National Human Rights and Equality Institution in order to make it an operationally independent body which adequately accountable to the public and which includes the active participation of Greek minority members in all social and political affairs. Issue immediately new regulations for the arbitrarily suspended elections within the minority foundations and permit conduct of elections of board members in all foundations. And finally, grant full legal personality to the Ecumenical Patriarchate so as the latter may enjoy ownership rights and exercise property ownership, administration, and management. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lambidis. I have next on my list here in person, Katya Arslan. So the microphone will be passed over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Syrian and participating from Turkey. I would like to start off by sharing a case. In 2008, Mor Gabriel Monastery in the Trabzon region in southeast Turkey faced two challenges: the occupation of its land by the neighboring villages and the Turkish Ministry of Forestry's claim on forest lands, which meant that the land had to register in the name of the treasury. There were also several allegations against the monastery for conducting anti-Turkish activities, conducting missionary activities, and trying to incite people to the insurgency. The court ruled against the monastery and declared it as occupier. Despite the Assyrians' campaigns against unjust allegations, the case is still pending at the European Court of Human Rights. Taking its lead from the Mor Gabriel Monastery case, the recommendations on possible solutions promoting solidarity and safe space for Assyrian human rights advocates would be on both local and international levels. Firstly, Assyrians and other unrecognized non-Muslim minorities in Turkey have to be acknowledged as minorities according to the Lausanne Treaty. Secondly, to relieve the tension caused by the financial scarcity, projects should be provided to financially improve the situation of both the dominant groups and minority groups. Thirdly, the bond between local minority people and Assyrians should be supported by paving the way for creating an alternative media where minorities can create a common public opinion on the decisions related to the minority groups and express themselves freely. Last but not least, in the international arena, the institutions dealing with minority and the indigenous rights should engage with other minorities and Assyrian activists in Turkey and the diaspora to promote solidarity between the groups and preclude these groups from social exclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will turn back to the online list and remind people online that you may raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and we will be taking people in order as they appear on the screen. Next I have Barbara Raviro. Good morning. You may speak.
A grassroots organization. Yes.
Please go on.
So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Barbara Rubiro, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. Article 2 of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities states that persons belonging to minorities have the right to participate effectively in public life. It also states that they have the right to establish and maintain their own associations and to establish peaceful contacts with other members without discrimination. Yet since 2017 Catalan democratic self-determination referendum, Spanish authorities have launched a wave of repression against peaceful Catalan activists and representatives defending the civil and political rights of the Catalan national minority. Over 3,300 peaceful Catalan activists and representatives have been politically persecuted by the Spanish authorities, creating a chilling effect on the exercise of freedom of expression, assembly and association, and the right to political participation. In a report published in March of 2020, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. de Varenne, stated that Spain has a legal obligation to protect the rights of the Catalan minority, freedom of political expression, as well as freedom of assembly and association and participation in public life. However, several members of the Catalan Parliamentary Bureau have been prosecuted for proceeding with motions on issues relating to civil and political rights, and several MPs have been suspended by the Spanish judiciary. Moreover, the former president of the Catalan National Assembly and former Catalan Parliament Speaker, Carme Forcadell, spent 4 years in prison for allowing a parliamentary debate on independence. Similarly, former Catalan National Assembly President Jordi Sánchez and the president of our sister organization, Òmnium Cultural, Jordi Cuixart, also served 4 years only for calling peaceful protests. The Catalan national minorities' right to political participation is under threat. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on the UN authorities to take measures to make sure that the persecution of Catalan political representatives and activists respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority and engage in real political negotiation to solve this self-determination conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm afraid because of some video hiccups here and there, not everything was audible here on this end, but I do encourage you to submit those in writing as is the procedure to Mr. Oda, and they will be surely incorporated. I move on then now to the list and people here on location. I have Yulia Shoshima. Yes?
Yes, my name is Julia Sokhina. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am representing the Russian linguistic minority in Latvia, and I will continue my statement in Russian.
For those of you then, you can perhaps have a 3 or 10 seconds for people to switch to the Interactio translation. Hopefully people have it on their cell phones. Otherwise, you may not be heard properly.
Правительство Латвии недавно инициировало законопроект о полной отмене образования на языках меньшинств. Это касается и садиков, и школ, и государственных, и частных. При этом разрешено обучение на языках Евросоюза. Русские – коренное население Латвии. Русскоязычное меньшинство составляет 37%. Русские школы действуют в Латвии непрерывно 230 лет. Последняя реформа 2018 года, существенно ограничившая обучение на родном языке, вызвала резкую критику со стороны международных организаций, таких как ООН, ОБСЕ, Совет Европы, Европарламент. Также в ЕСПЧ и КПЧ ООН рассматриваются уже более 300 жалоб родителей, школьников и дошкольников. Тем не менее, проигнорировав все международные рекомендации, не дождавшись судебных решений, не оценив результаты предыдущей реформы, власти, воспользовавшись геополитической ситуацией, принялись ускоренно продвигать полную ликвидацию образования на русском. При этом русский язык как предмет будет еще и исключен из основной программы. Во время общественного обсуждения данного законопроекта поступило почти 4000 отзывов. 97% высказались против. Однако ни один отзыв против законопроекта не принят во внимание. Вопиющее игнорирование мнения той огромной части жителей страны, которых данные изменения касаются самым прямым образом. Это относится и к детям с особенностями развития. Такая политика ведет к насильственной ассимиляции нацменьшинств. Рекомендации. Первое. Предусмотреть механизмы блокирования законопроектов, предусматривающих ухудшение положения нацменьшинств, если по предыдущим изменениям нет еще решения от всех инстанций, включая международные, в которые поступили жалобы, а также если не исполнены рекомендации этих инстанций по данному вопросу. Второе. Конкретизировать объем прав традиционных национальных меньшинств в вопросе обучения на родном языке и развития своего языка, предусмотрев запрет на отмену или ограничение уже имеющихся прав, чтобы в случае, если в стране уже существует возможность учиться на родном языке, было бы недопустимо в одностороннем порядке редуцировать это право до просто изучения языка. И третье. Ускорить рассмотрение дел, для которых время – критически важный момент, особенно касающийся детей и образования. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. So we will move now on back online to Oksana Samoyeva.
Good morning.
Morning.
I represent the organization Cultural Center of the Caucasus Yazidis. Our organization mainly works in the field of protecting the rights and freedom of the Yazidi community in the countries of the South Caucasus. These countries are Georgia and Armenia. The countries of the South Caucasus are multinational states that have a desire to create and develop democratic institutions. However, the success of states in supporting the development of ethnic minorities, in particular the Yazidi community, is insignificant. Today we can state the participation of Yazidis in all areas of the social and political life of Georgia and Armenia remains very limited. Despite a lot of obligations and signed international conventions of the UN and the Council of Europe, the Yazidi community of Georgia and Armenia continues to be subjected to valid and invalid forms of discrimination. Let's take the most common example. When in Georgia, in the multinational states, during sabbatic resume to any company or organization, the civil representative of national minorities, and in particular Yazidi, will occupy less lines in the list of those who want to get a job. In fact, a person who does not have the surname of titular nation will not be able to get a desired job. Based on this, young representative of the Yazidi national minority graduated from higher educational institutions cannot get a job in the field, which leads to the exclusion of national minorities from the process of public life in their countries of residence. We are trying to cover the problems of our community at such serious venues as the UN and the Council of Europe. Our reports on the situation of the rights and freedoms of the Yazidi community are available on the websites of these organizations. Of course, in such a short speech, I can't cover all those problems that have put our community on the edge of survival. And this is not a figure of speech, it is reality. Our recommendations: first, make real efforts to create effective anti-discrimination mechanisms in the country that aimed at concreting right forms of discrimination in the South Caucasus region. Implement unprecedented international legislation in relation to national minorities at the regional level, and eliminate components of domestic policy that actively encourage ethnic and religious xenophobia and intolerance, which is also interspied due to the state's not serious attitude towards various ethnic minorities, in particular towards the Yazidis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As it was put into the chat of the online platform, I will repeat it here for the then in-person guests. Please do try to speak slowly so as to help out with the interpretation and make sure that your message is received in all of our languages. But now I can move back to the online or the in-person context, and I have Svetlusha Surova. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm senior researcher at Bratislava Policy Institute. Besides that, I'm also a member of Slovak national minority from Serbia, but living and working in Bratislava. Before I put forward my recommendations, I would like to thank to all speakers, experts, and other participants for their equally valuable contributions on this forum. I will raise 2 points based on which I will draw recommendations. So international organizations such as United Nations, but also Council of Europe, they support effective participation of national minorities. Secondly, political participation is a basic human right and is also one of the key elements of democracy. And now, illustrating the Serbian case, I will come to recommendations. So in Serbia, members of national minorities can have so-called minority elections where they vote for their representatives in national minority councils. And these councils serve as self-governing bodies. But to exercise active and passive voting right, they have to register in a minority electoral registers. And they have been recorded cases of so-called identity frauds and also interference from the government ruling party, where a ruling party instructed their supporters to go and sign as the members of national minorities and even to vote in certain way, which raised big concerns about legality and overall electoral process, but also about legitimacy of elected representatives. So the recommendations are as twofold. First of all, we need to ensure that minority voices are not heard, but also taken into account. I know that you have heard this millions of times, but what I mean here, that they become co-producers of norms, standards, and legislations, global, regional, but also national ones, and that they become equal partners in this process. So they are not anymore taken as a subject of the norms, and exactly what Professor was saying, we have to give them their agency, and minorities themselves have to reclaim, that is another word, reclaim their right to participate. And a second recommendation concerns the elections. So more effort has to be made to ensure that minority elections, as well as other elections, are free and fair, free from the frauds, free from the intimidations, and that actually I recommend to put into place effective mechanisms for monitoring also minority elections, so they are free and democratic. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. I move back actually to the online because one participant has raised his hand. I have on the list David Babayev.
Прежде всего, позвольте мне выразить свою признательность и благодарность организаторам, которые считают благополучие национальных меньшинств чрезвычайно важным и необходимым условием демократии.
Пожалуйста, немного медленнее.
Хорошо. Данное обращение выражает позицию культурного центра езидов Кавказа касательно проблем, с которыми сталкиваются национальные меньшинства, а именно представители езидской общины. Езиды находятся под угрозой исчезновения, как этнос, поэтому им нужно пристальное внимание и помощь международного сообщества. Если поделить езидов по регионам и странам их проживания, то мы заметим разницу угрозы их исчезновения. Например, Сирия и Ираке они до сих пор подвергаются геноциду. Если рассмотрим Южный Кавказ, то езиды под угрозой ассимиляции, деградации их культуры и национальной идентичности. Мы более 3 лет проводим весьма тщательный анализ происходящего с езидской общиной, и мы в лице нашей организации Культурного центра езидов Кавказа можем сегодня озвучить наши рекомендации. В первую очередь хотелось бы внедрить имплементацию международного законодательства по отношению национальных меньшинств на региональном уровне, создать группы по мониторингу, которая будет следить за политическими организациями, пытающихся ассимилировать национальные меньшинства, в частности езидов, ужесточить контроль финансирования организаций, которые разжигают ненависть и ксенофобию по отношению к национальным меньшинствам, финансировать и защитить те неправительственные организации, которые работают над правами национальных меньшинств на региональном уровне, то есть Южного Кавказа. Международные организации должны напомнить государствам, чтобы они соблюдали благоприятные условия, содействующие поддержанию религиозной самобытности езидского национального меньшинства. Всем спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. So I have on my list now 2 people here in the hall. I will take them as individuals who have not yet spoken, and then perhaps we will go to a quick round of responses as we did yesterday in one of the panels before if we have time, again, owing to our interruption, then to turn to those people who are on the list who have also, however, spoken. So I have now on my list Krista Penches, please.
Hello, my name is Krista. I think I'm the youngest person here. I'm a student at the University of Vienna. I come from Romania. but I belong also to the Hungarian minority, even though I feel so sorry that I can't speak Hungarian, and this is one of the problems that I want to address. I don't speak Hungarian not because there's no institutions in Romania who don't allow me to learn in Hungarian. In fact, there's a lot of schools that teach in Hungarian. We have a Hungarian party in the parliament and everything. Like, I can see that we are represented. But the problem comes from underneath, so from the population. And I think that we didn't touch this thing. We didn't speak about the population and how we don't train the population or teach them how to speak with the minorities and how to interact with them. My father didn't taught me Hungarian because they moved to a more Romanian city, and they decided it will be better for me not to speak Hungarian so that I can fit better. But my mom decided for me to go in a German school because German and the German minority is seen as superior in Romania. So I learned German and I came here to study. I am a little bit nervous because I'm too young to be here. So this is one of the problems. I think we didn't address the population and how we can change them. Because, like I said, the institutions work. Something needs to be changed. And I have also a recommendation. I think that we can make a program that it's like an Erasmus program. I think that if people go to other countries and interact with the minorities and they go directly in the community and then go back home and they discuss with their neighbors and in schools and wherever they go, something can be changed. And this is another thing that I want to address is that I think here we speak from a point of view of elite. We are people who can come here and discuss about the problems. I had access to a higher education. I can study for free here in Austria because I'm a European Union member. But other people can do that. And this is what we need to change. And I like very much the speech of Mr. Rostas because he also said that some minorities are seen better than others. This is the case also in Romania, where the German minority is seen sometimes better as the Romanian people. Then the Hungarian one is somehow accepted, but not 100%. And then the Roma community doesn't have anything to say in Romania. Why? Not because they are not necessarily institutions, but because people are not trained and not taught to accept them. And that's one thing that we need to change. I have another point about what Mr. Rosta said, that one size doesn't fit everyone. And that's the case, because we in Romania have the same approach to all the minorities. In schools, all classes have 4 places assigned for Roma community and for other minorities. But usually people don't use those places because they don't come to higher education. Why? Because they are stigmatized and don't allowed to grow as people in the community. So we need also to change that. And another recommendation is not necessarily to change. So yes, one size doesn't fit all, and we need to think about the fact that these communities need to be autonomous and somehow self-sufficient. Because if we come to change them, we still are westernizing them and trying to civilize them by putting them like. We try to say to them, you need to do this and this and that, but we have our perspective of people who are in an elite somehow and who come from Western Europe, which is more developed. Why do you think that the South Tyrol works so good? Because they were allowed to be autonomous and think for themselves and work for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good. We have one more person on my list, Mr. Mikkel. Hubert? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Hubert Mikkel. I'm from the Austrian Center for Ethnic Groups. It's a NPO founded in 1983. The importance of effective participation of minority representation has been pointed out several times now. Yesterday also from Mr. Boris Zilevich. From my point of view, it should be a dialogue participation at eye level. in order to have positive effect on the preservation of minorities. It is also a central point of the UN Declaration on the Right of Minorities. It is Article 2 of this declaration, have a central point, and has been in recent years there an increasing tendency in some member states to nationalize the participation of representatives of national minorities, so they cannot work effective. For example, by increasing the financial support for good behavior or withdrawing subsidies from governmental critical organizations of the national minority, or by excluding critical representatives and by including pro-government minority representatives in institutionalized bodies that serve the participation of national minorities, or by founding minority organizations and formally recognizing their representativeness by big political parties or government offices in order to majoritize minority organizations that have been critical and active for many decades. This is done through government and big political party influence on the so-called ethnic group advisory councils. These are the only institutionalized participation opportunity for the national minorities in Austria. My recommendation: ensure that the representatives of the national minorities can participate effectively to represent the real interests of national minorities in all decisions concerning the minority, independently from government and political party influence. The minority representation shall be responsible to the national minority and shall be decisively determined and composed by the minority group. For example, through general and direct election of the minority representatives by all members of the minority who wish to vote for this. And at least allow me one comment on the remarks of the Secretary General of the Austrian Foreign Office, Ambassador Lansky-Tiefenthal. He means that Austria places the improvement of the protection of minority at the center of its human rights activities. Myself, having an overview of several decades from personal experience, I would like to add that this is true only for the period of the early 90s at the last century, and may still be true in part of Austria's activities at the international level. But the treatment of the minorities here in Austria, which are quite small and for the most part already assimilated, this politic is very restrictive. He mentioned one of the few steps forward, the doubling of financial support last year. We are very thankful for this doubling. but he did not mention that this was the only increase in almost 30 years. So it does not even fully cover the inflation in these past years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mikkel. Good. Owing to the time delay that we had and the fact that I think I even smell a little bit of lunch from the adjoining room, I will ask then the panelists to comment on what they've heard, again, briefly, perhaps in a minute. I know that's a challenge, and I will start in the reverse order. So, Victoria, would you like to add a few words in response, and then we'll move back along the table.
Thanks so much. Well, I would just add one thing. I guess it's very important how we frame things, I think, because the scale and speed at which we can turn, say, a conflict over water or land into an interstate conflict or interstate war can be just immense. And I forgot to mention it in my presentation, because we have this ongoing conflict right now at the Kyrgyz-Tacit borderlands, which started with simple water sharing issue, and now it's narrated in the media and in all the policy documents as something much, much bigger and more threatening. That's why the way we frame and narrate things, the words we use, that's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Framing, very important. Julius, your one thought before lunch.
Yeah, affirmative action. Definitely one size fits all is not the case here. And for that reason, the call to contextualize. Affirmative action might work in some conditions and not work in others. But what matters is that always affirmative action comes at a package with something else. And we have to be innovative. We have to have in mind the diversity of people and interests when we employ affirmative action, because this might fight back. Tokenism, well, for us Roma, in the past 30 years, we can provide technical assistance on what not to do when it comes to tokenism. Hand-picked individuals speaking at different fora on behalf of Roma, that nobody elected them and without legitimacy. But it was good because everyone had their own Roma there. So definitely tokenism comes very much at the package when it comes about minority participation. And here we have to find different mechanisms, sometimes alternative mechanisms of representation of this interest, such as in certain areas participatory budget planning, where minorities can come in dialogue with majorities and local authorities to find solutions to a very local problem. Or when you have opinion polls, and you have deliberative polls as well, where these groups can come together and agree on certain issues, how to be sorted out in given settings. I'll stop here because...
Indeed, thank you. So participation, representation, and tokenism. Karina, please.
Thank you. Thank you to all the participants for sharing your unique experiences of violations of the right to participate. We've heard examples from education, from forms of governance and minority representation, and also the freedom of association for minorities. And although each of those experiences is unique and important, I think we can, even in this small session, see some commonalities amongst that. And perhaps to contrast with what Julius has just said about localized decision-making and cooperation, what we're really missing at the UN is a space where minority representatives and states come together to negotiate on problem solving. And we have that in the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, where elected representatives of minorities and states come together to negotiate on problem solving. And it may not be the exact form that we need for minorities, but we can learn a lot from that process and provide that space where that face-to-face learning can be built, knowledge exchange can be built, socialization, and solidarity also across minority groups. Thanks.
Thank you. Dialogue and negotiation space for minorities. Good. Anna Maria, please.
Yes, I have 2 points to make. One is about the limitations of minority rights, which were well seen in the context of Central Asia. And we have to remind ourselves that minority rights are not only means of empowerment, but they are also means of control. Those who are recognized are governed. So minority rights are tools of global governance. They will always, in each context, will combine a measure of empowerment with a measure of control. Why? Because they have been historically means of creating order, international order, and domestic order. So we have to be realistic of what minority rights can deliver as tools of order and as tools of governance and also of empowerment. So race is the other issue. We haven't raised it too often here, but Julius did that very powerfully and eloquently. Minority rights do intersect with race, although in the UN, the regulation of racial, anti-racism has taken, for historic reason, a distinct path from minority rights. They intersect very strongly. For instance, through the general recommendations issued by ICED on Roma, indigenous peoples and other named groups. In Europe, the race issue also enters the minority protection through the notion of new minorities. Again, we have to remind ourselves, rights, although they aspirationally about equality, rights also create hierarchies. There are hierarchies, as our colleague pointed out. There are hierarchies among groups, and there are, of course, an implicit hierarchy among majorities and minorities. Majorities peoples do have the right of self-determination, whilst the international law made absolutely sure that self-determination does not belong to those who are framed, going back to Victoria's language, as minorities. So an implicit hierarchy of agency is created for the purposes of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Jennifer.
I'm going to try and do it in one sentence. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
I think we need to prioritize participation because this is the linchpin for agency. And it's through agency that minorities become the subjects of the rights and not simply the objects of them. And I'm ending there.
Good. Perfect. Wow. Very impressive. Indeed. A round of applause to everyone. And thank you then to, again, our participants online so far, and with apologies for the brief delay. We will be then back at 1 p.m. with thematic session 4 on moving forward. But in the meantime, please enjoy your lunch. My thanks to the panelists again, and to all of the speakers and interveners.
Hello, No-chan. No-chan, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me, No-chan, okay?
Hello?
Can you hear or see me, No-chan?
Oh, I hear you now. Sorry. I was muted.
Okay, good. So you can hear me okay? We can hear you fine, so
Good,
and see
good
you fine.
stuff.
You don't have a PowerPoint, do you?
No, no, I'll
Good.
just speak.
Great, okay.
And I send you my final version of the presentation. And actually, I will just read it while
Okay.
trying to, read in a
Remember
sensible way.
remember to go slowly for the interpreters if you're reading, if you can.
Okay. It took me more than 11 minutes.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry about that. So I will send that on to them. But that's great. We should be starting on time. So you've got 5 minutes to relax and mute yourself, and we'll speak to you shortly. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get there.
I know. I hope you're feeling okay.
Sean, I was thinking more or less every time I'm invited to an event, like a regional forum, something happens.
Yeah. There is that pattern, unfortunately. One day we'll keep trying.
No, but just continue inviting me. I don't mind. I think the other time there was no problem. Remember in October, I think it was, or in September,
Yeah,
I
that's
attended an
yeah.
online session again, so there wasn't any problem.
Yeah. Well,
So
that's
it's just about traveling.
yeah, that's the issue. But hopefully next time we'll be able to get you here.
Yeah. Well, actually, I might be able to travel after getting some of this physiotherapy. I feel better now. But at the time when I decided, I didn't know how I will feel. And that travel agency was so disaster. I mean, they were expecting me to take like 4 flights to get to Vienna, and it wasn't possible for me to accept it. But hopefully, if there is no problem, I'm going to London at the end of May, and I will be there until the end of summer. So that's why also I wanted to make sure that I'm cured before I take that long trip.
Yeah. Yeah. Understand. No problem.
Yeah, and also, can you tell Anna I loved her presentation? It was very, very good and very useful.
Sure. Thank you. I will. Okay. I'm just gonna mute myself. People are starting to come in, but you can have yourself muted. You can turn your camera off and turn it back on when we start. So it's
Yeah.
fine. All right. Great. Thank you, No-chan. Bye.
Very well. Thank you for returning, everyone, to thematic session number 4 of our regional forum, Europe and Central Asia. And we will now tackle the question of moving forward and reforming and the protection and implementation of the minority rights framework. So again, we will follow the same procedure as before, that the speakers will have 10 minutes to present their expertise as well as their recommendations, and then move to the interactive dialogue. Again, I have a couple people from the last session who I will try to squeeze in, as well as then those people online who would like to have the floor are welcome then to raise their hand virtually, and I will see it here on the computer. And I think that when we get there, again, I will remind everyone of the main points of the guidelines for doing the interactive dialogue. But in the meantime, let us then hear from the 4 panelists that we have, 3 of whom are here and 1 is online. So again, I will proceed in the order as listed in the program. And I'm pleased to welcome Balázs Vízi, who is then an associate professor of international law at Ludovika University of Public Service. So please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the Tolmács Institute and the Special Rapporteur for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. The last panel is addressing the questions of moving forward, reforming the participation and implementation of minority rights framework, which is a very challenging topic. And since we are in a European context, from a strictly European perspective, I think that the current international minority rights regime can be seen as a multi-level structure, where at a universal level, even if legally non-binding, there is the Universal Declaration, which offers a normative basis that we could expect to be respected by all UN member states. Then at regional level, the various High Commissioner recommendations and other non-binding OSCE and Council of Europe documents offer more detailed guidelines for the states. And we can also add the 2 Council of Europe treaties, the Framework Convention and the Language Charter, that could signal a strong commitment from the signatory states. In addition to that, there are a number of bilateral treaties as well, mostly between kin states and home states, that address minority rights that could offer specific tailor-made provisions, translating wider international norms into more practical solutions. Indeed, many bilateral treaties contain direct references to multilateral policy documents that the parties accept as legal commitments. So this could be seen as an ideal structure, where universal norms are completed with more specific norms at regional level and translated into practical commitments directly addressing the needs of specific minority groups at bilateral and national level. In this idealized structure, states, only by implementing in good faith their international undertakings, could easily accommodate minority claims and minority rights in their policies and legislation. We all know that, unfortunately, this is not the case. While the normative structure is there, effective implementation is the Achilles heel of all international minority protection commitments in Europe, just like in other parts of the world. So against this background, I would like to highlight 3 issues that I think could help and contribute to the better realization of internationally recognized minority rights without triggering wider political debates. So the first question is how state commitments should be understood and realized. We know that when we talk about the protection of minority rights, it goes beyond non-discrimination, and as in the UN framework, it has been highlighted in different forms, there is a need for action, and active measures are expected from states to implement effectively their minority rights commitments. And states usually have choices in terms of which special measures should be introduced The measures may involve setting targets, establishing quotas, providing financial or other incentives, policy directions, obtaining with the consultations or the consent of the group concerned. Whatever the choices are made, the most important measure is whether they are effective. They can really realize the equal and proportional services that need to be provided to the minority populations in the country. And when we talk about effectiveness, there are two important questions that are less in the focus. The first is that political participation, effective political participation, is often looked at the central government level. And in practice, there is also a dialogue at international level between minority actors and international organizations. However, there are serious problems within states at regional and local administrative levels where the local actors, minority actors, do not have access to decision-making procedures, are not heard, and cannot enter into dialogue with the local and regional governments. So in this sense, when we talk about the central government's international undertakings, it should be also stressed and expected that this commitment is translated at the local and regional level. And it's not only the problem of countries where the central government is not willing to cooperate, but also in states like Germany, where the central government is fully undertaking its international commitments, but as a result of the federal system, as the division of the competencies is hindering sometimes to deliver its commitments at local or regional level. So in this sense, I think that the international community, when we talk about, or even when we talk about in state commitments, the effective participation to decision-making should be secured not only at the central government level, but at the local and regional level as well. Another aspect of effectiveness is the question of gaining access to different rights and services. And in this regard, I would like to highlight the importance of new approaches and new technologies that create a much more favorable environment especially for language rights. The UN Declaration under Article 4 says that the states shall create favorable conditions to enable persons belonging to minorities to express their characteristics and to develop their culture, language, religion, traditions, and so on. And in this sense, there is an opportunity now, especially in the European continent, where states have also the financial resources to offer and provide the technological tools that can translate these language services, that can make these language services accessible to minorities as well, both in public administration as well as even in education. In this sense, I think one of the major arguments which come up often from states against providing such services, the cost efficiency, can be minimized, and without any further political upheavals, it can be just considered as a technical solution. In this sense, I also think that the involvement of local businesses or private actors can be helpful in order to use public financial support for providing technical services for minority language users as well. And last but not least, I would also consider the effectiveness, the question of effectiveness at the international level, especially focusing on the cooperation of the different minority rights experts and bodies. And in this sense, I think there is an option, there is a possibility to extend the cooperation between the European expert bodies, especially the Framework Convention Advisory Committee and the Language Charter expert committee with the United Nations mechanisms and with the special rapporteur's activity as well. Neither treaty nor neither the Framework Convention nor the Language Charter mention the Universal Declaration of Minority Rights in their preamble. They do not refer to it. Nevertheless, when it comes to the implementation, the monitoring mechanism, we can see that the same issues appear often in the special rapporteur's findings and recommendations and in the expert body's opinion in the monitoring procedure, without, however, making cross references. And I think that if there would be a more open, visible cooperation between these bodies and the information that are gathered by the different experts can be channeled in one direction, it could potentially give more weight to their recommendations and probably could also shed light on missing details. I think all of these suggestions are rather technical and minimalistic in a way. However, if we think about the current willingness of states to move forward in great steps, then we can realize that we really do not have much space for optimism. There is not, as we discussed, or colleagues discussed yesterday, there are no real chances for adopting new norms or drafting a UN treaty. So I think that the focus should be much more on implementation. And the three examples I highlighted show just that in basically every field we can find more room for extending and improving implementation. So my recommendations indeed refer to these three areas and call, first of all, the states on adopt a more practical and technically flexible approach to their international commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we will move in the order of the program and go online and join up with Nurcan Kaya, who is a human rights lawyer and researcher. Nurcan, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can't see you yet, but... we can see you. Oh, you can. Okay, yes, there you go. Okay. Good. Off you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to tell that it's an honor to be here with the distinguished speakers, Mr. Varenes, colleagues from the Tom Lantos Institute, and all participants. And I'm terribly sorry that I had to make this presentation online. I wasn't able to travel to Vienna due to my health condition, and I do hope that I will have chance to meet you all in person in the close future. Also, I'm sorry that I couldn't follow all sessions of the day one. It is Ramadan Eid here, and I had to make some family visits. Here, I must note that I wish organizers had taken into consideration the Ramadan Eid while determining the date of the event. At the end, we can consider this also as a minority issue. I'm sure many speakers and participants have spoken about the necessity of legally binding instruments, enforcement of the existing mechanisms, and observations of the monitoring bodies, the right to self-determination, conflict prevention mechanisms, etc. I will speak from the perspective of an activist, and I will rather focus on existing mechanisms and how they can be accessed by more people and used more effectively. I will try to speak about some ongoing issues related to protection of minority rights and give examples from Turkey and conclude each of my points with recommendations. I think when we speak about the protection of minorities, first of all, we need to speak about the definition. As you know, there is not a universally agreed definition of the term minority. Not having a definition of minority in practice disadvantages some groups. Many states interpret this as if it's up to them to decide who is a minority. Of course, Human Rights Committee has emphasized the objective criteria, but in practice, this hasn't affected states much. For example, Turkey, has been defining only non-Muslim, but even more limitedly, only Armenian, Greek, and Jewish population as minorities. In 2014, thanks to a court decision, Assyrians have also been recognized as minorities. All other religious groups, including millions of Alevis, Yazidis, then the ethnic linguistic groups like Kurds, Circassians, Laos, and Roma, have not been recognized as minorities and thus not guaranteed any of the minority rights, such as the right to set up and manage their own educational institutions where they can teach in their language, or the right to be exempted from the compulsory religious classes. Also, in today's world, the demographics in countries are very different than the times in early 20th century. A certain percentage of the population of the so-called nation states of that time are now formed by immigrants. Some of them have citizenship, some of them do not. Providing minority rights to only traditional minorities leave millions of people non-protected. Here we can discuss whether anti-discrimination remedies can address the needs of these people. But then this also depends on how advanced states are on implementing the equality policies. Also, anti-discrimination law doesn't necessarily guarantee all group rights. Therefore, I believe that we need a binding definition of the term minority, which will include the new minorities too. This will be my first recommendation. The second point that I would like to raise is awareness and knowledge on the protection of minorities and the use of the existing UN mechanisms. There is false information on the definition or protection of minorities among the minorities themselves, the majority population, decision makers, etc. Many minorities think being a minority is not a good thing. They think it's being second class. For example, in the case of Turkey, many Kurds think that way. Many members of the majority population think protection of minority rights is a threat against them and the state. Nearly all decision makers follow the state body's interpretation. Also, all of these groups are also mostly ignorant about international standards and practices in other states. Language is a barrier when it comes to access to information. UN's website is the main source for information. However, information on minority rights and mechanisms is available in limited languages only. If you do research on internet, the situation is even worse. If you write the words UN and minority on Google, for example, in Turkish, nothing from UN appears. Also, if you write UN Special Reporter on minority issues, you can see some Turkish news related to the mandate, but not the website of the mandate itself. So, as a member of a minority community, or as a lawyer, or as a member of an NGO, you cannot read the information on the website of the UN unless you speak one of those particular languages. Therefore, I recommend UN to provide information pages in many more languages. The situation is similar when it comes to use of the existing mechanisms by minorities and NGOs. For example, I have attended some of the UN forums and I have rarely seen representatives of minorities from Turkey, except the times they have attended the events together with some international NGOs. This can be partially related to their preferences or political fears, but we must discuss other possible causes here. I have hardly seen people applying to special procedures and the individual complaints to the UN bodies from some countries, including Turkey. This is partially related to not seeing the UN mechanisms as legally binding. However, this cannot be the only reason. I think this is very much related to lack of information, capacity, which requires trainings, materials, and language skills to overcome. One needs to prepare an application to all UN mechanisms in particular languages. Here, I would like to remind that the European Court of Human Rights accepts applications in all Council of Europe member states' languages, and this has enabled thousands of individuals and lawyers to apply to the court even in very harsh conditions. Language is also an issue for participation in events. Participation in UN events is important both for gaining knowledge but also for conducting advocacy. Look at this event, for example. Interpretation is provided into Romani language as a minority language only, but not to other minority languages. Probably the situation will be similar at the main forum. One can ask why. Can't UN choose more minority or official languages, and for each event, different languages, to ensure that different minorities can get the opportunity to attend events related to them? I think financial constraints is another obstacle before attending events. So based on all these, I recommend UN mechanisms to accept applications in many more languages and to provide interpretation to many more languages in events. I also recommend the UN to allocate a budget for each advocacy event to ensure that minority NGOs can apply and get opportunity to attend the event. This can be done in cooperation with international NGOs too. My third point is the positive actions that can be taken by UN and the role of its country offices. I believe that UN itself can play an important role in overcoming the challenges I have mentioned. I must say that I have hardly come across training type of programs or materials targeting raising awareness on the rights of minorities or the use of the UN mechanisms conducted by UN or in cooperation with the UN offices. Therefore, I recommend UN to develop training materials in many languages and cooperate with NGOs and minority groups to conduct training programs that target raising awareness on the protection of minorities, conflict prevention, and the use of the existing mechanisms. UN can benefit from the experience of Council of Europe. Also, UN or UN member states should consider providing funds for works related to protection of minority rights and cultures. I worked for Minority Rights Group, an NGO based in London, for long years. I also worked for a grant maker who funded many works of minorities. So I know how difficult it is for minorities and NGOs to get funds related to projects targeting protection of minority rights, but more importantly, projects including production of materials on their languages and cultures. In countries like Turkey, for example, there is no public institution that does such work. Minorities need to implement projects for teaching their own languages, for preparing teaching materials in their languages, for documenting their own culture and traditions. They do not get any funds from the state to do these works, and it's very hard to get funds from other actors. Particularly when it comes to production of materials, funders say that this is not advocacy and they cannot fund it. But they must remember that if language disappears, then there will not be need to conduct advocacy for it. Also, some funders, particularly governmental funds and the funds that are run by the embassies of many states, tend to avoid funding projects on minority rights as they do not want to have issues with the governments in question. The situation is so similar for independent and minority media. They do not get contribution from the state, and it's very hard for them to get commercials and generate income. Therefore, I recommend UN to provide funds or convince member states to provide more funds related to the protection of minority rights and preservation of minority languages and cultures. UN can provide funds to existing non-state funders to do this work if it doesn't want to get involved. When it comes to trainings too, if UN doesn't want to do this directly, it can provide funds to NGOs to conduct such trainings and prepare such materials. UN can also allocate funds for independent and minority media that provide objective information on the issues that minorities face in countries. That's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nursan. Good, let's return to the hall here and go down the table with Alena Vajdalovic, and she will speak as a Roma human rights lawyer, as well as a former senior minority fellow at the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. So please, Alena.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Distinguished colleagues, Special Rapporteur, I'm honored to be here, and I thank you for giving me the floor and inviting me as a speaker Today, I would like to present the situation about Romani refugees from Ukraine and recommendations on how we can help and support vulnerable communities that fleeing the war to find safety. I would like to emphasize that Roma are Europe's largest ethnic minority with up to 12 million living across the continent, and they remain to be one of the most marginalized communities as well. And current wartime makes them even more vulnerable. It is crucial that all civilians in need of protection, including the most vulnerable ones, are guaranteed assistance without any possible discrimination under international humanitarian and human rights law. I would like to also applaud and praise the steps taken by many countries and their generosity of the humanitarian response and aid given to all Ukrainian refugees, as well as massive efforts undertaken by civil society organizations and many state agencies to respond in solidarity. However, as history shows us, minorities, including Roma, are often left invisible, and they left without equal assistance and support. And we can see that often in the times of conflict, the plight of Roma, as well as other minorities, is overlooked. And unfortunately, the reporting and monitoring by many Roma organizations, as well as independent experts, shows that Roma often face intolerance in their hosting societies. They face discrimination, ethnic profiling, and verbal abuse. There are allegations from some families that they have been discriminated in the provision of humanitarian assistance or transportation. In some instances, evictions from transit hubs, such as train or bus stations or shelters, were also alleged. Furthermore, there are concerns regarding the availability of adequate shelter for some Roma families. Moreover, some Roma refugees in neighboring countries claim that they were subjected to both physical and verbal assaults. They also face intolerance from authorities, municipalities, and in some cases by volunteers. There is to say the war is devastating for the entire Ukrainian multi-ethnic nation, but we must now pay special attention to minorities who were already in a difficult situation before Russian aggression. But the estimations of the European Commission among the millions of people seeking refuge in the European Union and neighboring countries, 100,000 are estimated to be Roma. However, it is even more exacerbating for undocumented Roma fleeing a conflict. They are rendered invisible and without decent assistance and access to protection in receiving countries. Moreover, it is reported that approximately 10 to 20%, around 35,000 of the estimated 400,000 Roma living in Ukraine, are stateless or at risk of statelessness. And this particular fact prevents Roma people, stateless people, and those at risk of statelessness from accessing international protection and other forms of protection under national law. As we know, this particular obstacle can put Roma people, including their children, at the risk for trafficking and exploitation. And my recommendations will be following. I think states should effectively protect Ukrainian Roma from risks of trafficking and exploitation, including from gender-based violence. They should remove all the barriers to their protection under national laws and instruments for all Ukrainian refugees, including Roma, who are stateless or at risk of statelessness, and ensure their right to return to Ukraine. And everyone who cannot safely return should have access to protection and a resident permit. I also think that EU member states should expand the accessibility and eligibility for temporary protection under the Temporary Protection Directive in a diverse and inclusive way in accordance with the international and EU law principles of non-discrimination, and ensure that the lack of identity documents or other documentation does not prevent Roma people, stateless people, and those at risk of statelessness from accessing protection or other forms of protection under national law. We should also make sure to prevent possible cases of statelessness that are arising because of the conflict and guarantee that every child has a birth registration. I think it's also important that states should increase awareness about the difficulties faced by Roma fleeing the war, as well as about inclusiveness, diversity, including clear messages about non-discrimination. And we should also undertake a closer monitoring, human rights monitoring on the ground, and provide a humanitarian assistance, including emergency and permanent shelter and adequate transportation without any discrimination, to ensure that effective access to housing, education, work, and health is provided to Roma on equal terms with other persons fleeing the war in Ukraine. Another recommendation to the national authorities. National authorities, they should, when developing regional plans and providing humanitarian assistance, take into account the needs of vulnerable groups and consult with Roma communities and civil society before deciding on temporary measures to help people and those who are fleeing combat zones. I would also recommend the European states, especially those who adopted and signed up to the European Strategic Framework for Roma Inclusion, Participation and Equality, to adjust and amend their national Roma actions plans to accommodate the needs, to respond the needs of Roma people and respect the rights of all refugees. I thank you. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you. Very good. And now we will turn our, hopefully, I imagine, our view back to Central Asia, at least via Farkat Ibragimov, who is also a former senior minority fellow at the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Bishkek, from Bishkek. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests. It is a great honor and privilege to be here and to present about the case study of Kyrgyzstan when it comes to protection of minorities. In Kyrgyzstan, the ethnic minorities are distributed unevenly in different regions that predetermines the nature of relations between different ethnic groups. The northern part of the country, in particular the Chuy region, where the capital city of Bishkek is located, they have greater ethnic diversity. There are various and relatively small communities of Russians, Tungans, Akhiska Turks, Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Dargins, Lezgins, Avars, and other ethnic groups. Uzbeks are the second largest group in Kyrgyzstan, accounting for almost 15% of the total population. They mainly live in the south, making up about 28% of the region's population. Whereas in the Batken region, which is also in the south, most of the Kyrgyz Tajiks, which accounts for 1% of the total population, reside. The Kyrgyz are the ethnic majority in all of the country's regions, and they make up 73.2% of the total population. The 2010 inter-ethnic clashes in Osh primarily affected the south of the country. However, these tragic events have also affected the northern regions of the country. In the north of Kyrgyzstan, both before and after the 2010 clashes, there were also ethnic conflicts. For instance, in February 2006, there was a conflict between teenagers, escalated into inter-ethnic clashes between Kyrgyz and Dungans. And we can also refer to the Kyrgyz-Kurdish conflict in 2009 in the village of Petrovka. And also there were tensions with Akhiska Turks in April 2010 in the village of Maevka, and fires in the same village in October 2017. Although at the moment there is a low probability of the outbreak of large-scale interethnic tensions or conflicts, but in general the situation is not perfect, and the permanent monitoring with public participation and the participation of NGOs is needed. especially when it comes to the south of the country where these tragic events took place. And when it comes to perception by different ethnic minorities, they believe that a number of common problems are still in place, such as xenophobia on the part of majority, unequal treatment by police and other law enforcement agencies, difficulties finding employment, loss of native language, absence of any conditions for studying or using their native languages, and overall low level of education, violation of the rights of girls and women in light of patriarchal nature of traditional communities. Another huge problem that many minorities face is hate speech, both online and offline, and numerous, especially Kyrgyz-speaking mass media, they sometimes publish hate speech in respect of a wide range of minorities. In this sense, Uzbeks are #1 target, apparently after the interethnic clashes in 2010. Other minorities that face this hate speech are Russians, Dungans, Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and Koreans. And recently, this list is added by Tajiks due to recent border conflicts. Now, when it comes to the national legal framework, there is a certain degree of protection from discrimination which is enshrined in the Constitution of the Kyrgyz Republic. And there is a legislation in Kyrgyzstan which specifically seeks to tackle inequality on the basis of gender legislation, which is supposed to guarantee equal rights and opportunities to persons with disabilities, persons living with AIDS or HIV, and a variety of standalone non-discrimination provisions. However, Kyrgyzstan does not have comprehensive equality or anti-discrimination legislation. In 2014, the Human Rights Council of the UN raised concerns over the, I quote, lack of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation prohibiting discrimination on grounds such as race, language, disability, and ethnic origin, end of quote. And also the lack of disciplinary sanctions for state officials acting in a discriminatory manner. The Human Rights Council recommended that Kyrgyzstan review its domestic legislation and bring it in line with the principle of non-discrimination to ensure that it includes a comprehensive prohibition of discrimination on all of the grounds set out in the covenant. Similarly, in 2015, there was also expressed the expression of concern over the lack of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, and there was a recommendation that Kyrgyzstan adopt a comprehensive anti-discrimination law that provides a definition of direct and indirect discrimination. In addition, the second Universal Periodic Review in 2015, a number of states made recommendations to Kyrgyzstan to adopt comprehensive anti-discrimination legislations. These recommendations were not implemented for the moment. And in 2018, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination noted that Kyrgyzstan still needs to address the root causes of 2010 interethnic clashes, ensure full access to justice, address socio-economic disparities, increase minority representation in different areas of public life, and other recommendations were made. One should bear in mind that when the previous president, Mr. Jeenbekov, was ousted, the new leadership initiated amendments to the Kyrgyz constitution. According to expert lawyers, the new constitution has a number of shortcomings. For instance, the words rule of law have been removed from the entire text of the constitution. Provisions on the commitments of the people of Kyrgyzstan to the goals of building a free and independent democratic state have also been deleted. Whereas the rule of law is a fundamental principle for the construction and development of the legislative framework of any state. And the exclusion of the rule of law would lead to a lack of protection of human rights, to the possibility of establishing rules by any part of society and that violate or restrict the rights and freedoms of another parts of the society. The Kyrgyz parliament recently approved a bill which calls for the reduction of parliamentarians from 120 to 90, with 54 to be elected on the basis of proportional representation. And the recently held parliamentary elections proved that the new system does not allow or significantly reduce the possibility for ethnic minorities and women to be elected. For instance, out of 90 MPs newly elected, there are only 17 women, 3 representatives of Dungans, 1 Uzbek and 1 Tajik. Other ethnicities, other ethnic groups are not represented in the new parliament. When it comes to international legal framework, the Kyrgyz Republic has a good record of participation in international human rights and other legal instruments, with the exception of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. Kyrgyzstan has committed itself without reservations to the core United Nations human rights treaties. Kyrgyzstan has a moderate record of allowing individual complaints to be made to the relevant treaty bodies, as it has ratified the first optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the optional protocol to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, and the optional protocol to the Convention against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment. Coming back to the parliamentary elections, I would like to say that these elections were held under the new rules, under the new constitution and new election law, and under the new system, the system of quotas for women, youth and international minorities has been removed, unfortunately. Although they are technically preserved in the new law, they are rather conditional. And yeah. On the election day itself, there was a very suspicious failure of the vote counting system, which is operated by the Central Election Commission. As reported by many journalists and bloggers, after the publication of preliminary data, the total amount of votes gained by the parties exceeded 150%. Then the Central Election Commission stopped this website, and all the figures and numbers have been changed. And many representatives of certain parties and independent candidates accused the Central Election Commission in the falsification of the results of the elections. When it comes to moving forward, I would like to say that despite the above-mentioned shortcomings, the Kyrgyz Republic is still considered to be a champion of the region when it comes to respect for human rights and democracy, and there is a strong civil rights society with numerous NGOs which are trying to promote human rights protection in the country. And I would like to mention that Kyrgyzstan is a part of the European Union Generalized Scheme of Preferences, which is abbreviation GSP+. And as a beneficiary of this scheme, Kyrgyzstan is under a legal obligation to maintain the ratification of 27 conventions, including those on anti-discrimination and interethnic relations, and to ensure their effective implementation. And Kyrgyzstan's performance in this regard is subject to enhanced monitoring mechanism by the EU. And the EU encouraged the Kyrgyz side to address, again, the anti-discrimination law, improve interethnic relations, including transitional justice for 2010 events, and this is in line with the third recommendations and recommendations by the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues following his country visit to Kyrgyzstan in 2019. And I would like also to mention that in addition to the Ombudsman Office of Kyrgyzstan, we have the Ombudsperson on Children's Rights under the President, and we also have the so-called Business Ombudsman in Kyrgyzstan, which is an authorized person to protect the rights, freedom, and legitimate interests of entrepreneurs and business entities. And for the time being, the Business Ombudsman is the former ambassador of the UK, and it is funded by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And I would like to propose that we have to establish the Office of the Ombudsperson for minority issues, having either national or regional mandate for the whole Central Asian region. This would significantly improve advancing the status and legal protection of ethnic minorities and foreigners, as well as equality, non-discrimination, and good inter-ethnic relations. And to conclude, I would like to recommend the following. First, encourage states to draft and implement legislation aiming to fight against hatred, hate crimes, hate speech, ensure representation of all ethnic groups in the state, local government, and judicial agencies. Consider to put in place a mechanism for the implementation of decisions of international human rights organizations, including the UN system. Adopt a comprehensive anti-discrimination law, banning all forms of discrimination and providing a clear definition of racial discrimination pursuant to the international standards and UN CERT documents. And to the UN, to the EU and OSCE and other international organizations, I would like to recommend to consider a possibility to establish and to fund the regional or national office of the Ombudsman for minority issues, with headquarters in Kyrgyzstan, as a country which is considered to be the most democratic in Central Asia. And also to encourage implementation of the GSP Plus related obligations and encourage the application of similar incentive schemes in the Central Asian region. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all 4 presentations. We can now proceed to the interactive dialogue, and you will note that we have a good hour and 10 minutes for that. Let me once again remind you of the ground rules. Again, we have a longer statement on the different than principles for this dialogue. I just want to reiterate the fact that participants are asked to provide concrete recommendations and also to uphold the UN standards when referring to countries and territories, also to refrain from posting or displaying material that is obscene or hateful, and also that we maintain decorum and respect for all speakers. And also, needless to say, that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals or groups who are participating in this regional forum or who have cooperated with the UN in past is unacceptable. So, with that, again, one other reminder, please, I know that many of you have your statements prepared in advance, but please do read them slowly, because we continue to provide the translation into other languages, perhaps not as many as we should, but nevertheless, they are there, and the interpreters are people too. But they're doing a great job helping us out. And as before, I will try to alternate. I have now actually indeed a relatively long list, 4 people online and upwards of 10 people here in the hall. So I think we'll need the 70 minutes that we have ahead of us. So I will try to stick to the 2-minute rule as well for all speakers. Because we have more in the hall at the moment, I will start with the people here. And first on my list is Angelica Biloba. So, from representing the NGO Association of Roma Women, Voice of Romni, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Today, I will speak on behalf of the Roma community in Ukraine. The Roma represent a population of around 400,000 in Ukraine and are recognized as a national minority. After Russia's full-scale invasion to Ukraine on 24th of February, hundreds of thousands of people were forced to flee their homes and become internally displaced persons and refugees in other countries, creating a human rights crisis as a result of the numerous war crimes and violations of international humanitarian law by the Russian Federation. All Ukrainians are affected by the war, but those the most vulnerable are the Roma people, whose historical discrimination and marginalization has been well documented in all European countries. Roma from Ukraine face specific challenges due to the lack of documents, lack of education and illiteracy, isolated lifestyle, poverty, as well the various forms of discrimination now being recorded towards Roma refugees. I will refer specifically to cases were received by us from the Czech Republic, Moldova, and Germany as part of the network of European Roma Rights Center monitoring coordinators. This include our eviction from social services, being relocated far from necessary infrastructure and left without means for social and contact and access to information, without money, without food, given favors, social benefits, segregated, placed in stadiums, and it comes cases fed stale food. These cases of discrimination highlight the gaps faced in minority protection in the areas of humanitarian and refugee support and the need for ground equal treatment and non-discrimination. My recommendations are to the governments of Germany, Hungary, Czech Republic, Moldova, Poland, which received the largest number of Roma refugees from Ukraine, above 15,000 people. First of all, develop non-discrimination rules for social service workers that would consider the cultural characteristics of national minorities from Ukraine, education, language, number of people in the family. And the second, ensure policies clearly prohibit the segregation of refugees and are enforced. States should not provide support for humanitarian actors where there is evidence of discrimination. Today, Ukraine and Ukrainians are the ones who defend the democratic values of the whole world, defend the human right to independence and freedom. The best way is to show solidarity with Ukraine, protect the most vulnerable citizens of Ukraine, and create acceptable living conditions for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move now to online participant. David Hicks is listed here on my screen. I'm afraid you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Hey.
Yes, there you go.
Is that good? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm David Hicks from the European Language Equality Network. We're delighted to support this event as a partner organisation and to thank all the previous speakers for the recommendations. 30 years after the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to Minorities, minoritized language rights continue to be treated as the latecomer to the Human Rights Party. Discrimination and hate speech continues against speakers of these languages, many of which are in a situation of critical endangerment. The measures currently in place in Europe to protect these languages, like the Charter and Framework Convention, are simply inadequate to deal with the seriousness of the situation. The refusal of the EU Commission to implement any of the measures proposed in the Minority Safe Pact ECI marks a 20-year failure to make any progress on the issue. Our membership, which represents nearly all of European civil society minoritized language organizations, is exasperated with the ineffectiveness of the minority protection framework. There is an urgent need for clear and unambiguous legislation that acts to counter discrimination, that ensures minoritized language rights, and which will meaningfully protect these languages. So the Ellen recommendations: 1, a convention with specific binding measures that works to protect and revitalize endangered languages globally, a UN convention that protects the language rights of minoritized language speakers, upgrade the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities to a binding UN convention, fourthly, a European language ombudsman or commissioner who manages European language diversity and upholds language rights, an UN or EU consultation with civil society and states on managing European language diversity that leads to a binding language plan, And I think there was an earlier suggestion about the Forum for Minority Issues to have a segment or even a day to allow for urgent issues to be raised. And then overall, we see minority language issues being instrumentalized. Well, we must instrumentalize the Framework Convention and the Charter and the Copenhagen criteria so that states cannot violate them with impunity. And we propose that their violation should trigger EU infringement proceedings for when you fail to comply with EU standards on human rights. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will then return back here to Vienna and ask Alexander Koryak to speak on behalf of the Minority Rights Group Europe.
I hope it works. Yes. Dear moderator, speakers, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, audience, on behalf of Minority Rights Group Europe, I would like to raise the issue faced by the Roma national minority in Ukraine in the context of the invasion and continued war by the Russian Federation, in clear violation of the UN chapter. Roma in Ukraine constitute a population of approximately 400,000 people. Like all Ukrainian citizens, Roma are suffering from the serious human rights violations caused by war, including the loss of life, mass displacement, and a humanitarian crisis in some cities. Where there are increasing shortages of access to food and essential health care. According to the preliminary data, there are 70,000 internally displaced persons of Roma nationality in Ukraine, and about 50,000 Roma who were forced to leave the country because of the war. Many Roma have specific challenges in escaping from immediate harm due to language barriers, lack of finances, and in many cases, a lack of documentation, making it harder to obtain refugee and support and leaving them more likely to be at risk. We are also now documenting numerous cases of discrimination and unequal treatment faced by Roma in host countries and in particular when crossing borders. Border guards call Roma fake refugees and those seeking benefits from the war in Ukraine. We therefore ask the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine, emphasizing that all people, regardless of their race, color, sex, language, religion, national or social origin, should have equal access to all rights and freedoms. We call on all countries receiving supporting those seeking refuge to provide assistance and security to every person in need and in the interest of their human rights. In specific reference to this agenda item, the provision of support for those affected by the war of Ukraine is now provided by a wide range of actors from NGOs, states, businesses, civil society, and private citizens. Cases of discrimination or unequal treatment faced by minorities such as Roma, highlighting a significant gap in the provision of humanitarian assistance. Many humanitarian actors lack understanding of the context of minorities and wrongly see specialized measures as breaking universal principles of humanitarian assistance rather than ensuring equal treatment. It is important then that UNHCR takes a lead in addressing the gap by ensuring partnership with minority communities, such as the recently established network of the Roma civil society organizations and Roma and human rights monitors working at the borders and cities in Ukraine, and provide comprehensive briefing and guidance to all humanitarian actors. I thank you.
Thank you very much. So, good. We will jump back online. I have Jaume Lopez is listed at the top of my screen. Again, everyone has 2-3 minutes. And also please try to speak slowly for the interpreters. Mr. Lopez, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
and
thank you.
everybody for the recommendations. On behalf of the Josep Irla Foundation from Barcelona, Catalonia, Spain, which I represent in this forum as an academic advisor, the recommendation that we wish to convey to this forum has to do with the necessity to resolve the so-called conflicts of territorial sovereignty in which national minorities are involved. Quite often, national minorities express their will to decide their political future, including the possibility of obtaining political independence and forming a new sovereign state. These demands usually open a conflict to be resolved. However, we cannot let this type of conflicts become entrenched or end up leading to violent actions, neither by the national minority nor by the state. It is necessary to address them by ensuring the democratic principle, the rule of law, and respect for individual and collective rights. In this sense, we believe that European institutions should promote a clarity framework with clear and explicit recommendations on at least 3 aspects: how to initiate and when to legitimately recognize a demand in favor of the right to decide of a national minority, how to carry it out democratically and legitimately, and how to implement democratically and legitimately the result of a collective decision process on the political future of that national minority. A group of academics and organizations, including the Josep Irla Foundation, have prepared a document entitled Basis for the Resolution of Territorial Sovereignty Conflicts in the European Framework. We believe that it is a starting point to achieve this framework of clarity to be developed by different institutions, as for example, the Council of Europe through a code of good practice endorsed by the Venice Commission, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minorities Issues could also recommend to the regional institutions for doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. I return then here to Vienna and ask Arnold Stepanian, who is representing the public movement Multinational Georgia, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll be very short. So I have 2 recommendations. First is to Elon Musk to take us to the Mars. Maybe it's a good solution. And second one, I'm 20 years working on minority issues. And what I can see in the world, that is some kind of regress. Regress when we're speaking about minority rights. Still, we are part of the game. Still, the countries are using minority issues to attack other countries. And we have huge problems as a minorities. In everyday life, we are fighting for our rights in educational, cultural, religious, and other fields. But the main thing which is not giving us possibility to solve these problems is distrust. Distrust of majority toward us. We are like Trojan horse, as a majority of us. I mean, just affiliation of ethnic majority toward us is like this, unfortunately. And it's understandable because security issues, because we can see what's happening in Ukraine now. Before of it, same happened in Georgia and in other countries. And that's like this in 21st century. So what I want to recommend, maybe we have to start to react on this. Maybe we can try to prevent such issues. I don't know who, we, UN, OSCE, or somebody else, we have to create the strong, flexible mechanism who will, as a minimum, monitor situation in a countries, risk countries, let's say, and give the information. Just monitor on minority rights, and etc. And give this information, disseminate this information to other countries. Believe me that maybe majority from the countries in the world don't know where is Ukraine, don't know where is Georgia, and don't know about why this everything happened. and who is the minority in Ukraine and why Russia started the war. We have to disseminate this information. We have to work on that. Yesterday I spoke with the OSCE commissioner. I want to believe that he will be the friend of I want to believe, because it's a very difficult mechanism, this OSCE. The countries who are members of this mechanism are, just inside some of Russia is part of this, and are financing this mechanism. And maybe we have to think how to correct something in our life, because it's one of the serious reasons why we can't achieve our rights. Of course, there are some other things I don't want to speak about. You know better than me, like just still people are hostages of stereotypes. Still some people think about minorities that we have 3 hands for rights, and etc., etc. But the main reason is security issue. And the result is what's happening now in Ukraine. So maybe we can think about it more actively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you heard, we've just had our first interplanetary recommendation. That may indeed be very innovative. So in keeping with our previous principle, I am trying to call on those people who have yet to speak. And so on the list, following in that category, from what I can tell, is Mr. Fite Gabarro. Carles, I would ask you to take the floor and provide your intervention. There you are. And I think you have to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Now, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. My name is Carles Fite, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. Spain's infamous law on public security, also known as the gag law, continues in effect after 7 years, threatening freedom of expression, assembly, and freedom of the press, targeting members of the Catalan national minority especially. In its 2021 annual report, Amnesty International highlighted the prison sentence of Catalan rapper Pablo Hasél, condemned for his lyrics. Catalan rapper Valtònyc had to go into exile in Belgium in 2017 to avoid the same fate. And his case recently motivated the Belgian Constitutional Court to repeal the crime of lèse-majesté. Freedom of the press is key to defend the rights of minorities, and several institutions and NGOs have pointed out a rise in attacks against journalists, both by the far right and the police, especially those covering protests in Catalonia. In parallel, since 2017, the Spanish authorities have launched a wave of politically motivated persecution against civil society activists and democratically elected representatives of the Catalan national minority, fostering a narrative of criminalization and vilification of a peaceful and democratic movement. This was pointed out by the UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues, Mr. Ferdinand de Verens, who in March of 2020 alerted to an increase in hate speech, vilification, vandalism, physical threats, and even assaults against members of the Catalan minority, as well as allegations that these complaints have gone without investigation, thus increasing intolerance by Spanish nationalism. In order to effectively implement a framework for minority rights, states like Spain need to be held accountable when infringing international legislation on minority rights, and minorities must be protected against abusive practices carried out by such states. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on the UN authorities to take measures to make sure that the Spanish authorities cease and desist their political persecution of Catalan political representatives and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority, and engage in a real political negotiation to solve this self-determination conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have on my list now 2 individuals here in Vienna who have not spoken yet. Then I believe we will move to those who have spoken before. I would like to remind everyone that if you will be speaking or will be speaking again, please try to add new contributions. We are repeating some of the same issues over and over again, and I know that they are important, but we do want to make sure that we have a diversity of issues raised here for the benefit of the forum and of our upcoming work. So I will call upon Dildora Khabidova, who will be representing the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good.
Thank you, Chairperson, for providing me a floor to speak. I represent Uzbek minority in Kyrgyzstan, but however, today I would like to draw your special attention to the situation of Pamiri minority in Gorno-Badakhshan, detailing the situation of women and girls in Gorno-Badakhshan. Actually, Gorno-Badakhshan is an autonomous region in Tajikistan, which is multicultural region, home to a range of indigenous and minority populations. The predominant religion is Ismaili, Shia, who see the Aga Khan as their spiritual leader, unlike the majority Sunni population in Tajikistan. Harok is the main town in Gorno-Badakhshan, and the most of the population belong to linguistic and religious minority. In eastern Gorno-Badakhshan, there is a significant Kyrgyz minority who refer themselves to Pamiri, and they are impacted by the political and economic situation. There is a general trend of loss of Pamiri language and culture in the late 20th century due to the lack of measures for the promotion of culture and language by the state and education system. Harok was a scene of violent clashes and demonstrations against suspected human rights violations by security forces in November 2021. Internet blockade and increased military presence in the region have further increased the discontent among the local population and creating climate of fear and insecurity among the residents. Another notable concerns include access to education for Pamiri youth, with internet blockade hindering access to online classes, research, and ability to conduct exams and higher education applications. The prevalence of gender norms and attitude towards minority women in Gorno-Badakhshan communities resulted in growing tendency of forced migration, which in turn negatively affected women's participation in community development. And the feminization of migration can further add to the risk of loss of Pamiri culture and the language. The human rights activists also complain about the rising discrimination in regards women and girls in Gorno-Badakhshan. Security concerns among the local population, including the fear of gender-based violence, have become much more well known in recent months. The women's organization report that women and girls, including from minority background, reluctant to report the cases of attack, torture, and domestic violence, given the profound cultural stigma attached to the violence in their traditional communities and the trauma they suffered as a result. According to the mentality and culture of local people, it's a lot of disgrace for the whole family to publicize facts of violence. Yet in recent months, there have been seen a sharp deterioration in the situation of women, many losing the employment, decreased opportunities to take part in education and cultural and public lives. Despite the existence of the potential violence, many local authorities and decision makers remain seriously uninformed about the nature of problems faced by minority women. And women in Gorno-Badakhshan are excluded from the decision-making processes within local government and deprived a voice which could affect the national and government policy. I would like to draw your attention to several recommendations. First of all, it's very important to ensure the provision of emergency comprehensive assistance to persons who have suffered from domestic violence in emergencies. Second, it's critical to improve the efficiency of coordination and interaction of authorized bodies in the field of prevention and response to gender-based violence in crisis situations, considering the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 focusing on women, peace and security. Yet it's important to maintain the close communication and interaction with Pamiri population in order to identify special needs and requirements of minority women and girls, including those from disadvantaged and vulnerable groups, to provide immediate assistance and support. It's also critical to bring more organized voices from minority women in Gorno-Badakhshan and ensure the reintegration of conflict-affected girls and women and promote their rights and interests even within challenging and political environment. Finally, it's critical to restore trust between the population in Gorno-Badakhshan and state institutions, focusing on the importance on satisfaction and guarantees of non-repetition of ethnic hostilities. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, I would remind we try to stick to the 2-3 minute limit so that we can get everyone in. We still have about 7 or 8 people. I would call upon Bojan Brežigar to speak. He is in the back there. And microphone will be coming your way.
Thank you. I belong to Slovenian minority in Italy, former editor-in-chief of daily newspaper Primorski Dnevnik, founding member of the Slovenian Research Institute, now retired. I would make a very simple recommendation. If a review of the declaration will be proposed to include in the text the right of name, keeping the name for any person is very important, and often still happens that assimilation starts with changing the names of people. Yesterday we have among our speakers Mr. Boris Tsilevich. I know him since a long time. When I first met him, his name was Tsilevich. Now his name is Tsilevichs, with the final S, because the Latvian use of male names adds an S. And it will seem a joke, but it's not a joke. Always to the name Boris, another S was added. Now he is Boris with double S. It's not the only case. I know several peoples, important peoples in Latvia, former mayor of Riga, Ushakov, who is now member of parliament with the name, member of European Parliament with the name Ushakovs, or former editor-in-chief of the Russian daily newspaper Vesti Segodnya, Nikolai Kabanov. His name is now Nikolais Kabanos. Even worse could happen in Lithuania, when on the monument to the poet Mickiewicz is now the Lithuanian version of the name Mickiewiczius, which I think is something unacceptable. These are not the only cases. For example, all the Hungarian community in Slovakia, all the women are forced to keep the name in the Slovakian form, finishing with Ova or Eva. And there are some other cases, for example, in France with Brittany, with Breton people and Catalan people who are not allowed to use their own accents on the name. We in Italy are happy. We had to fight for it, but in 2001 we got the legislation. We now can have our name original with all the graphics in Slovenian language, which is not the case for our friends in Carinthia, who still have to fight and still have no right to use the ch, sh, ž, which are typical of Slovenian language. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next on my list, Ambassador Kalmar. Yes. You do need the microphone.
Thank you very much. So we have a recommendation developed or worked out by the former Speaker of the Hungarian Parliament, Mrs. Katalin Szili, and me myself, who I was a former rapporteur on the question on the issue of national minorities in the Council of Europe. So European history provides ample evidence that an inadequate response to national minority issues is a main cause of conflict and human rights violations. To maintain peace and stability on the continent, we need the formulation of an enforceable legal framework. In order to do so, we propose the inclusion of the following 5 basic principles in the European legislation. First of all, national minority issues are not a domestic issue, but a European one. Minority rights are part of universal human rights. Effective, successful management of this issue can be achieved only at European level. Second, the protection of national minorities should be based on the right to identity. The right to identity, recognized in international treaties as the right, and I quote, to preserve one's identity, including nationality, name, and family relations, quotation over, derives from the protection of human dignity. It is identity that distinguishes between communities and protects the cultural assets by which they enrich all humanity. And very important, the most important tool would be the extension of human rights with the creation of the 5th generation basic human rights, which should include the right to and protection of national identity. Third, in order to protect identity, both individual and collective rights need to be guaranteed. A minority is more than a group of individuals. Within these communities, like any other, are many complex relationships. It should be mentioned that demanding integration in the majority society without providing collective rights can generate tensions and real security risks, even conflicts, including the potential for secessionist claims. Among the most important of these collective rights are language rights and the right to education in a mother tongue, key elements of the protection of national minorities. Fourth, this is very controversial, the fourth. Citizenship and national identity are separate concepts that do not necessarily coincide. State authorities often expect that the identity of national communities living within their territories automatically coincides with citizenship. In other words, the citizen is obliged to align with the identity of the majority society, even if he or she belongs to a national minority. This has given rise to serious tensions, which are not only a source of conflict between the majority and minority, but also endanger the peace and stability of Europe. Fifth, national minorities living in the territory of a member state are constituent elements of that state. Throughout the history of Europe, state borders have often changed, and therefore several national communities have become minorities and vice versa. These groups have largely lived in the same area despite border changes, where the imprint of their culture, traditions, and religion can be found. In this way, irrespective of the powers that historically have dominated those areas, these groups have contributed to the development of their homeland and enriched the world's common value and culture. Acceptance of the above principles as legal axioms is a basic condition for the creation of a new Pax Europa, which will provide an opportunity for Europe to redefine itself in a global world while preserving its core values. Only legally binding legislation based on this agreement can bring true equality between nations, parts of nations, and national minorities in Europe. And another idea which I had here on the spot is that in the EU we should lobby and work in order to have a commissioner on national minorities in Europe.
Okay.
Who should be nominated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. So I have one additional person online, Denise Cervanti. I know you have spoken yesterday as well, but you have the floor now for 2-3 minutes. Yes, there you have to unmute. Or...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Dear moderator, yeah, I did speak yesterday, so I will be very brief today. I just wanted to point out, with respect to today's title, that there is really a major gap between international human rights instruments and the level of protection and promotion which is given to the minorities at the national level. We spoke about, for example, the South Tyrol case yesterday in Italy, and if we compare that with other cases, obviously there is a rather discrepancy. Now, we, as the representatives of the Turkish community in Western Thrace in Greece, as an NGO headquartered in Germany, representative offices in Brussels and Athens, we are we attach great importance to the application of these human rights laws and cooperation between participating states in order for the advancement of rights for persons belonging to national minorities. As you know, unfortunately, such competencies retained mostly under the hands of the member states. And with respect to the EU, for example, or other international organizations, such competencies are rather limited. So as respect to our concrete recommendations, I would like to say, first of all, the importance of the protection of national linguistic minorities and cultures. This should be set as a clear competence and obligations in treaties of the European Union. Now, how can this be concretely done? I remember a fellow colleague pointed out the importance of the Minority Safe Pack initiative and how unfortunately it had been dismissed by the Commission last year. So we believe that it would be important that new transnational initiatives in this respect, with more billions of signatures, are put in the forefront. Secondly, in order to counter prejudices, misrepresentation, majority population, we call upon educational and awareness-raising programs which should be promoted with respect to tolerance, dialogue, respect, and mutual understanding. And this should be realized through media, including internet also. And last but not least, we believe that it is of utmost importance to set up new financial opportunities within the framework of the EU and other regional organizations with respect to national minorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. I do have, yes, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people still on my list, and I would like to, of course, return back to our panelists. So let me ask those 5 people on the list to, again, also make your presentations. We have about a half an hour left, so I'm sure we'll do it all. But I will then call upon Kamran Mamidovi to speak on behalf of the Social Justice Center. Is he? Oh yes, please. Sorry, the lights blind us here in the front.
Thank you so much. As you mentioned, dear panelists and the previous panelists, in terms of integration of minorities or achieving interethnic solidarity and equality within the states, probably we and it comes probably from the person who is not very experienced as this audience, a bit younger and maybe a little enthusiastic. But I firmly believe that after these 2 days of sessions, I think we need some radical steps. As Arno said, as many of the panelists said from yesterday, from today, we are in the position, in the situation where after the 30 years from the declaration, or after for a long period of time, we don't see major changes in this process. For example, last year in Georgia, the Parliament of Georgia established a commission for integration ethnic minorities under the Committee of Diaspora, which means that the country that I identify myself with, and I say I'm a citizen of, sees me as a diaspora of another country, and therefore kind of justifies, from the perspective of majority, from the perspective of security agencies, kind of justifies the fact that they are looking at me from the prism of security. So we were talking about securitization, and I believe that the moment kin states, so-called kin states or those states who claim the ownership of those people who are living as a minority in a certain country become most of the time, and I will be very frank here, in my case it's the reality, bargaining point or negotiating point for the two countries, and they kind of set some deals, make some agreements. Most of the time it's related to money and business, and therefore we end up in a situation where a lot of people are talking about minority rights, but we don't have any improvement. Therefore, my recommendation would be if we kind of reduce the influences of the kin states, which makes us or puts us in the position of diaspora, or kind of uses us as a negotiating point with the country where we live in or are citizens of, and then if we strengthened the role of international organizations and openly and frankly say that we are not going to let this so-called kin states to negotiate with the minority issues and securitize the minority issues, let this to securitize the nation where we live in, probably a lot of politicization and securitization problem of minorities will be reduced, and we will be focused on the issue itself, which is strengthening, empowering, and reducing the discrimination of minority groups. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I have next on my list Mr. Zandberg, and thereafter Mr. Zarinkov. So you may start.
Hello. I wish to make a short presentation and recommendation about the linguistic situation of the Frisian minority in the Netherlands. Frisian has been an official language in the province of Friesland in the north of the Netherlands since 1956. The province of Friesland has a population of 600,000 people, and about half of them use the Frisian language regularly. However, it is not the primary language in the province, which is the Dutch language. There are many local and regional organizations in Friesland that promote the Frisian language, but there are several issues that threaten the continued use and survival of the Frisian language. Firstly, the status of the language is low compared to the dominant Dutch language. For example, when my father and my grandmother talk to each other, they speak Frisian. However, when I enter the room, they immediately switch to Dutch. This is a pattern that is often repeated, whereby the Frisian language is not seen as the vehicle for social success and therefore should be phased out. Although my father still speaks Frisian to my grandmother, I did not grow up with the language, and it is not my mother tongue. Language survival is a relay race where the next generation takes over from the former. In order to do this effectively, the status of the language must be at least equal to the other language it is in competition with. This brings me to the second issue, which is the promotion of diversity. The promotion of the Frisian language is often associated with the celebration of cultural and linguistic diversity. I am sorry to say that I am against this form of diversity because it does not deliver what it promises. For example, the municipality of Northeast Friesland, with 45,000 people, has active community programs to promote the Frisian language in the small villages that make up the town. However, the promotion is not for the Frisian language, it is for the Frisian languages. In this small town alone, a half a dozen languages are identified and receive special support. In this way, there are several dozen languages in the province. Minor differences are emphasized, and dialects of Dutch are grouped in as versions of Frisian. For example, Stadsfries or City Frisian is not Frisian at all. It is the form of Dutch that is spoken in the major cities of the province of Friesland. The cultural and linguistic diversity that is promoted in this way is in practice a form of linguistic divide and rule, whereby the dominant language becomes surrounded by irrelevant, minuscule and isolated dialects, which only have an imagined past and no future. This form of diversity is unfair and dishonest. Recommendations,
please.
I want to conclude. With another example from my grandmother. There were local elections in Friesland 6 weeks ago, and I asked my grandmother to support my candidature. I recorded a few messages where she says a few kind words about me. She again immediately did it in Dutch, but I asked her to say it in Frisian. She knows in her mind that Frisian is equal to Dutch, but her heart says something different. If Frisian is to survive, then it must come from the heart. My recommendation is to promote linguistic diversity in order for the minority language to become a sustainable and equal language, and not to serve as a means to strengthen the dominant language.
Thank you very much. Another young voice amongst those who have maybe not been able to take part in the relay race, as you said before. Good. I will hand the floor to Mr. Zarinkov, who I suspect will speak in Russian. So for those of you who want to...
Thank you
for
the opportunity to Russian in speak in Russian.
So you may
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Пожалуйста.
Я выступаю второй раз, и это не рекомендации. Это не рекомендации, но я не могу сказать, что я выполню всю свою задачу в Вене, куда я приехал, чтобы рассказать. Я хочу сказать о тех людях, которые сегодня не могут приехать к нам сюда не потому, что они не хотят этого сделать, а потому что они ждут свой приговор в странах проживания. Это очень важно, чтобы мы знали о них и чтобы мы думали о том. Знаю, что такие люди есть не только в странах Балтии, где я живу, но они есть и в России, они есть и в Украине, они есть и в Центральной Азии. Но я говорю о Прибалтике, я говорю о странах Балтии, говорю о бывшем вице-мэре Вильнюса Альгердасе Палецкисе, который вот сегодня в 3 часа должен получить свой приговор. Его обвиняют в шпионаже, он не согласен, что это так, но это обычный судебный процесс. Я говорю о Александре Гапоненко, который является жителем Риги, и это человек-ученый, которого тоже обвиняют в правозащитной деятельности, но не в том, как он ее ведет, а так, как власти считают, что он делает. Я говорю о Сергее Середенко, русском омбудсмене Эстонии, который также уже год и 2 месяца сидит без приговора в тюрьме и ждет этого приговора год и 2 месяца. Я говорю о правозащитнике, одном из самых популярных журналистов из Риги, Юрия Алексееве, который также сидит и ждет этого приговора. Я не думаю, что это должно войти в какие-то рекомендации у нас, но даже просто упоминание этих имен у нас может им помочь, и может помочь правосудию, и может помочь их адвокатам добиться истины. Я всегда считал, что люди прежде всего, а наши документы — это уже потом. Спасибо, что вы меня послушали.
Thank you very much. I have then 2 more people on my list. First, Mr. Platinda, and then Madam Shurova. So.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for your interventions. Дорогие коллеги, спасибо большое за ваши комментарии. Chers collègues, merci beaucoup pour vos interventions. Mishto-san, nice to mange. I'll try to say in all the languages our conference is translated as today. So, yes, I'm happy that during the forum we've heard a lot of useful information and recommendations. I'd like to use this opportunity once again to intervene, to pay your attention on the importance to detect also more vulnerable groups. As Julius Rostas today said while his speech, the example of Roma people. And when we talk about vulnerability, I want to pay your attention also on young people from minorities who are more vulnerable. And also, it is important to have intersectional approach when dealing with young minorities. Well, for example, just imagine to be a Roma person belonging to LGBTQ+ community, or to be an HIV positive person belonging to a religious minority. Yes, and if you are a young person with such background, you are double or sometimes even triple vulnerable. From our experience, Youth Platform for Interethnic Solidarity every year organizes summer school for young people from minorities. And during this event, during this summer school, the participants are not only people from minorities, young people from minorities, but also people from majority, because for us it is important to connect them. Yes, people, young youth from minorities and youth from majority, and at the same time we're trying to use intersectional approach. For example, there are people from ethnic minorities who also belong to LGBTQ+ community, or they are with disabilities, or any other criteria which makes them more vulnerable. Yes. Also, it had been said very few about religious minorities, but I think that this group is also one of the most vulnerable in the context of hate speech and stereotypes. Youth Platform for Interethnic Solidarity is organizing with other partners every year so-called Week of Interreligious Harmony. Well, according to the United Nations, first week of the February is called the Week of Interfaith Harmony. So yes, during this week we are meeting with young people, and we're visiting different religious communities which are in our country. This is the best way to know each other, to know and to learn more about people who live in your country and have different religions, different religion than the majority or than yours.
If you have recommendations, please.
Yes. One of the recommendations is communication, and another one is I want to remind you about the importance of good collaboration between generations, between minority and majority, between high official and civil society. So yes, I pay attention on the slogan of the forum, Rethink, Reform, Review. So if we want to reform something, we need to pay more attention on youth and to understand the importance and power of youth. Thank you.
Good. Importance and power of youth, definitely. So I have last on my list, then Madam Surova, if you'd like to take the floor again. And then I will finally get back to you. I hope you haven't fallen asleep or anything like that, but not with this lively and multifaceted discussion, please.
But I thank you for giving me once again the floor to make recommendations in reference to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on minorities. It was mentioned yesterday by the speaker that pandemic was not only health crisis but also human rights crisis. We have research that shows that the members of racial and ethnic minorities are at a high risk of contracting outbreak and even dying of this virus. And those most socially excluded and marginalized were disproportionately affected by this pandemic and negatively. Roma communities as one group among them. And based on a Slovak case where I did research on securitization of Roma during the pandemic, I would like to make a recommendation. Here it has happened that officials have securitized Roma and blame them as a threat for public health, and expose them to the most restrictive measures that the rest of the population did not face. They have put them into militarized quarantines, which lasted for weeks, and not only limited human rights of these people, but also violated them. So the first recommendation to the UN would be to document and evaluate the overall impact of COVID-19 pandemic on minorities, and based on this finding to suggest effective mechanisms for protecting human rights of Roma but other minorities too during the crisis. And last but not least, the pandemic has shown that the issue that was not raised here on this forum, and I would like to conclude with that, the unequal access of minorities to digital technologies. According to the findings of Slovak NGO EduRoma, 70% of Roma children did not have access to the online education during the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic. 70%. So the recommendation would be finally to start seriously speaking about new rights, digital rights as a part of human rights and minority rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good. So please, if you have recommendations and others, you are always welcome to forward them in writing to the organizing team. I know that Anna Maria and others are busily putting those together, and those will all be presented then at the next session at 4 p.m. But before then, I want to offer the opportunity for our panelists to come back to some of these thoughts. We have just about 10 to 14 minutes. Farkat, perhaps I will ask you to see if you want to come back on any points.
Actually, I have no further comments, so I would like to pass the floor to other speakers.
Okay, very good. I'm very gratified that we were able to very thoroughly cover Central Asia today as well, both of the sessions, but in particular this one. So maybe then I'll go back online. Nursan, I think you are still with us. And you had a whole series of recommendations. Do you have more thoughts that you would like to leave with us?
Yes, indeed. I removed one small section from my presentation to respect the time limit, but I can tell that now. I spoke about the role of the UN in general and also UN offices in many countries, and I would like to highlight that again. I think UN offices, their mission can improve and they can become more active. I think in many countries they are very, very close, they are very distant from the society, they do not cooperate with NGOs and minorities. I think when it comes to some certain human rights areas, they can act different. For example, when it comes to protection of refugees, or children or gender issues, you can see that many UN offices, they are very active. They cooperate with the governments, they implement a lot of programs, they give a lot of funds. But when it comes to protection of minorities, they are very, very weak. And I think that the mission of these UN offices, and maybe probably the mission of the special rapporteur, can change to make sure that these offices interact more with minorities and NGOs, and they act as bodies that collect information and monitor the situation and prepare reports. And I think that probably also UN can hire country experts and enlarge the office of the special rapporteur, or as some people suggested, maybe to have like a commissioner that is dealing with minorities only. And so I think they can have country experts and then monitor the situation, issue the reports, and then be more active in monitoring and reporting the situation. Because I mean, look at here, I wasn't able to follow all the panels of yesterday, but here I can see that even though we are supposed to discuss reforms here and specific recommendations, more or less all participants, they try to speak about specific minority rights issues in specific countries. That means that there is need, for floor for people to discuss and to tell the world what is going on. And I think that many more measures can be taken to make sure that people have more opportunity to tell what is going on, and also UN can also do something to monitor what is going on. That's all I can add now. Thank you very much for giving me the floor again. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reiterating that point. I think that we have all come to realize the multifaceted nature of our endeavor here over the last 2 days, be it not only reporting, but also coming up with reforms and ideas, but also interacting with state parties. We've spoken at many times about the fact that there is a need for negotiation and dialogue with states and a possible separate forum for that kind of activity. But let me then go back to perhaps Olena. Would you like to add some final reflection?
I would like to thank the last participant that mentioned about the COVID-19 crisis and the element of vulnerable communities in it. This is very important that we raise such topics and talk that a high number of Romani children didn't receive education due to digital issues. Also, I would like to thank participants from Ukraine who, in combination, my colleagues that mentioned about the segregation in reception points for Roma people that coming from Ukraine. Indeed, this is horrible to witness, and we should raise awareness about that, and we should eliminate such incidents at the roots. I thank you. That was really short.
Perfect. Balázs, the last word is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. It will be also very, very short. I really would like to thank to all the participants for their contribution. And indeed, they they make us to realize always that there are so many situations we are not aware of, that we do not have information about. And I think this is something that should be really taken into consideration to gather more information, to make accessible more information about the different minority communities and their realities. And indeed, with the 3 technical recommendations that I mentioned, I just wanted to show that even without creating new institutions or new treaty mechanisms, the existing regime could be improved if we take a more creative and open approach. So I think that together with the very important recommendations from the participants, I think we can really move forward and not only rethink, review, but also reform the system somehow. Thank you very much.
And indeed, the recommendations are in the oven, and they are being baked and fried and whatever else you want to do with them, and therefore they will be presented then in an hour. So according to the program now, we have a break until 4 p.m. In the meantime, I do want to thank not only the panelists, but also everyone here in the room. I think this panel, really, this session, had such diversity in it, which is, I think, a key word that we have been stressing many times, but the geographic diversity, even touching all the way to small areas of Frisian, and others coming from Schleswig-Holstein. I have an empathy for that topic, but also, covering very thoroughly both Roma, Ukraine, Central Asia, other minority groups. Really, thank you so much for all of your contributions in this thematic session, but all of the previous ones as well. I've been told that there are dozens and dozens of recommendations and text inputs that have come to the organizers, and it's still not too late to submit something. But in any case, I think it's been a very productive 2 days, if only on that score. And I'm sure that if I dare to speak on behalf of Fernand, that I'm sure he's very grateful for all of that input. But he will have the opportunity to say that personally himself in exactly 1 hour and 6 minutes. So please do enjoy that time and come back at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Excellency, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of this 4th European Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Soda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants. Is that right? Yes. Online participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the Interactio chat function to send their comment, referring to the specific recommendation number. This is very important. All comments need to be made under the number of the recommendation. Those participating physically must email their comments to marcus.oda@tomlantosinstitute.hu. You will know his email address already. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. So all recommendations, not recommendations, but all comments made here and online will be submitted and integrated. And the final set of recommendations will be made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info following the regional forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the recommendations.
Merci beaucoup, Anna Maria. I will be brief. I think it is important to understand that these recommendations are part of a process. It's a process which will be going on for this year and beyond. These resolutions will join 3 other sets of regional resolutions coming from the 3 other regional forums which we will be having this year on the same theme as the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities. All of these resolutions from all of these regional forums are extremely important because they provide greater understanding, context, and on the regional basis of what are the challenges and the specificities, the particular problems and human rights issues that may exist in different parts of the world. And so it is part of a process which, in addition to the regional dimension, will be presented subsequently at the end of the year, at the beginning of December this year, quite specifically, to the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. They will be collated, ready, and accessible for consideration during the discussions which will occur at the United Nations in Geneva in December. Subsequently, after this, they will also be part of an annual report submitted to the United Nations Human Rights Council. And so the content of these resolutions will be summarized, will be presented to the Human Rights Council, and could be used, for example, in determining further reports and other measures, including perhaps even resolutions at the UN Human Rights Council dealing with the mandate, or dealing with, rather, the Forum on Minority Issues and other activities linked to the mandate on minority issues. But it's part of a process, and I just wanted to add very quickly that I sense that we have with these 60 or so resolutions a great deal of potential in order to how to reform the much needed protection and recognition of the human rights of minorities in the future. And so I don't want to go much further. I will actually be addressing in greater detail in my concluding remarks some of my observations here. But I do want to emphasize this. This is not the end. This is, in fact, the beginning. And what we're doing here is extremely important because the story of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities and the protection of minorities at the United Nations is an unfinished story. We started 30 years ago. We need to go much further in the future to better protect and improve on what we have. We've heard that clearly in the next 2 days, and I think we're seeing it also in the resolutions which we will be sharing with you immediately. And I turn over to Marcus, who will now go to the next step.
Thank you. Before I begin presenting the recommendations, I'd just like to thank the other members of the recommendations team, Corinne Lennox and Ana Maria Biro, who worked all afternoon to help me finalize this set of recommendations. I'd also like to thank everyone that submitted proposals of recommendations. It's always quite a big job and long process to collate everything. I hope that we accurately reflected your proposals, but if you feel that anything is missing, please don't hesitate to send your comments in the process that Ana Maria laid out. So I'll now begin presenting the recommendations from this year's Europe Central Asia Regional Forum. The first recommendations fall under the normative framework. So number one, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities should be negotiated into a comprehensive, legally binding treaty on minority rights to strengthen the status of minority protection as a legitimate issue of international cooperation in a climate where there has been a regression in the international protection of minority rights, and violations of minority rights are justified by states through reference to sovereignty and non-interference. Number two, groups considered as new minorities, including immigrant groups and refugees, should be recognized as minorities and protected equally by international minority rights standards in line with General Comment number 23 of the Human Rights Committee. Number three, international norms regarding the sustainable and inclusive development of minority regions, including the protection of the natural environment in regions where minorities live, need to be developed. Number four, international minority rights should facilitate cross-border cooperation, including digitalization, regional integration, kin-state relations, and interstate dispute settlement. Number five, the 2008 OSCE Bolzano-Bozen recommendations on national minorities and interstate relations should inform the negotiation of an international standard to prevent and settle disputes and conflicts involving minorities globally. Number six, the European Union should maintain the legal requirements of the Copenhagen accession criteria in relation to minority protection for its member states following their accession to the EU. In addition, a comprehensive law on minority rights must be elaborated, drawing on the already existing good practices in some member states. Number seven, European institutions should develop and promote a clear framework outlining issues, processes, and practices related to the recognition of ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities to avoid arbitrary exclusions from legal protections at the national level. Number eight, all states should guarantee the ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities as a basic democratic principle of governance. Number nine, states should ratify all international conventions and endorse declarations relating to the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, including the ILO Convention 169, the UNDM, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, and the optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and adopt and implement the necessary measures to adequately respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples at the national, subnational, and local levels. Number 10, states should adopt and implement comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation that bans all forms of discrimination and provides a clear definition of discrimination pursuant to international and regional standards, such as the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the European Convention on Human Rights, and the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. Such legislation should take into account the multiple forms of discrimination faced by members of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities who are women, youth, LGBTI, and gender diverse people, people with disabilities, or others who have intersectional identities. Number 11, states should adopt and implement legislation to address hate speech, incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence, and hate crimes targeting national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, including manifestations of racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. Such legislation should include appropriate sanctions for such incidents. Number 12, persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities have a right to continued instruction in their mother tongue throughout all levels of their education, including preschool and tertiary education. States shall take all appropriate measures to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of this right. The following recommendations fall under the institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs thematic session. Number 13, relevant international and regional mechanisms should encourage member states to put the human rights of minorities into practice at local or national levels, given the extensive evidence of the failure by states to implement their international and regional legal obligations related to the human rights of minorities. Number 14, relevant international organizations should strengthen the review and monitoring of existing minority rights enshrined in international and regional standards. Members of minorities, including the most marginalized minority groups, should effectively participate in the work of treaty bodies that monitor violations of the rights of minorities. The Universal Periodic Review Mechanism should give particular attention to reporting on the protection and promotion of minority rights. Number 15, international organizations should support the capacity building of and provide technical assistance to national human rights institutions, including ombudspersons and civil society organizations of minority groups, for monitoring, advocacy, and the protection of their human rights. Number 16, designated funding opportunities for minorities, for example, a UN Voluntary Fund for Minorities, analogous to the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Peoples, should be established with the financial support of states to help representatives of minority communities and organizations participate in global and regional review mechanisms and processes relevant to the protection of minority rights. International and regional organizations, including the United Nations and the EU, should create specific funds for programs in support of minority rights, including programs implemented at the local level and informed by recommendations made by international review mechanisms. Number 17, the specialized agencies and other organizations of the United Nations system should contribute to the full realization of the rights and principles set forth in the UNDM within their respective fields of competence in accordance with UNDM Article 9, including by developing training materials and programs on minority rights, including in relevant languages, with the effective participation and cooperation of minority organizations and representatives. Number 18, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals should integrate the protection of minorities to ensure that minority groups are not left behind. Voluntary national review reports should systematically measure progress towards the SDGs for all minority groups. Number 19, businesses should ensure full compliance with minority rights protection in all operations and in their supply chains. To this end, the UN Global Compact and the UN Working Group and UN Forum on Business and Human Rights should integrate attention to minority rights in their monitoring and reporting activities. Number 20, international financial institutions should ensure that minority rights are respected in all cooperation agreements. The World Bank Environmental and Social Framework should incorporate robust consideration of the rights of minorities. The World Bank Inspection Panel should ensure that minority groups are not adversely affected by World Bank-funded projects.
Just take a break and and the breath.
Okay, number 21. European regional organizations such as the EU and the Council of Europe should develop systematic and effective cooperation with the United Nations and each other in the field of minority rights protection and promotion. Number 22. The EU should develop a European language policy that is based on international standards pertaining to the rights of linguistic minorities and informed by the 2016 Donostia Protocol to ensure language rights and/or the Universal Declaration of Linguistic Rights, as well as an emergency plan for the safeguarding of languages aimed at more effective protection of the rights of European linguistic minorities. Number 23, a European Languages Commissioner or Ombudsperson should be established, which could be created jointly with the Council of Europe and the EU, to ensure that the Charter for Regional or Minority Languages is fully implemented and to monitor language rights in each member state. The Commissioner should be supported by a Language Rights Observatory. Number 24, the EU should strengthen the integration of the promotion and protection of autochthonous minority and regional languages into its policy on multilingualism and linguistic diversity. Number 25, the EU must carry out research and ensure the collection of data disaggregated by ethnicity, religion, language, and other relevant characteristics to enable legislators and policymakers to establish targeted public policies and programs for minorities and to monitor progress in reducing inequality. This data collection should be sufficiently funded and in accordance with data protection law. The EU should build a comprehensive policy framework for protecting the rights of autochthonous national and linguistic minorities and their cultural heritage, including an EU-level monitoring system concerning the situation of minorities. Number 26, states should respect the right to self-identification of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities as the basis of their policies of minority recognition and cease policies of assimilation. Number 27, states should ensure the protection and promotion of minority rights by consistently mainstreaming minority rights into all relevant government policies and practices at the central, regional, and local levels, and in bilateral and multilateral relations, and by eliminating any policies that directly or indirectly contribute to discrimination or intolerance towards national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Autonomous minority governments should ensure the protection of the rights of other minorities within their jurisdiction. Number 28, states in close consultation with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations and the minorities affected should regularly review legislative and other measures with a view to assessing whether these effectively protect and promote the rights of national or ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic minorities. Number 29, in order to enhance the problem-solving capacity of international minority rights, states should continuously update their interpretation and implementation in line with advancements in new technologies, digital public services, and online media to remain compliant with and adapted to international minority rights standards. Number 30, states should end the securitization of minority rights, of minority issues and not violate the human rights of minorities, including the prohibition of discrimination and the freedoms of assembly, association, and expression under the pretext of national security concerns such as anti-sedition, counterterrorism, or pandemic prevention measures. State actors and public officials should refrain from describing minorities as a potential threat to national security. Number 31, states shall ensure adequate access to justice for persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities to ensure that they can avail themselves of effective legal remedies whenever it is alleged that their rights are violated. Number 32, states should end all reprisals, including assassination, defamation, prosecution, or intimidation against human and minority rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and others working to promote and protect the human rights of minorities. Number 33, states should ensure that persons belonging to minorities have access to birth registration, citizenship, and other legal recognition without discrimination, and should recognize personal identification documents of minorities from unrecognized or conflict states. Number 34, states should develop long-term comprehensive policies for combating negative stereotypes of and discrimination against minority individuals and groups, and promote intercultural understanding by, among other things, the teaching of the culture and history of minorities in the national curriculum. All students should be encouraged to learn the culture and language of minority communities to develop better understanding, peace, tolerance, and friendship among ethnic, national, and religious groups and persons of indigenous origin. The content of existing curricula, including textbooks, should be evaluated on the basis of clear standards on intercultural education, including adequate representation of minorities and with the effective participation of minorities. Number 35, states should ensure the protection of the national environment in areas where minorities live. Number 36, states should put an end to policies resulting in the unlawful expropriation of property owned by national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. When dealing with property disputes, minorities should enjoy equal access to judicial and law enforcement mechanisms. Legal decisions mandating the return of unlawfully expropriated property should be enforced. Number 37, states should facilitate the establishment of and provide the necessary resources for minority language media channels. Number 38, states shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities and persons belonging to the majority population have adequate opportunities to learn minority languages. Number 39, in accordance with the 1998 OSCE Oslo recommendations regarding the linguistic rights of national minorities, states should ensure that persons belonging to minorities have the right to use their personal names in their own language according to their own traditions and linguistic systems. These shall be given official recognition and be used by the public authorities. Number 40, states should develop effective mechanisms or strengthen existing mechanisms for identifying, responding to, and imposing sanctions for hate speech and incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence targeting ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities, including online and on social media platforms. States should ensure that law enforcement agencies refrain from engaging in hate speech, incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence, or hate crimes, and that any such instances are properly sanctioned. Number 41, states should specifically support the capacity building of and provide technical assistance to civil society organizations of minority groups to ensure monitoring and follow-up activities, advocacy, and protection of their human rights. Number 42, states should ensure that members of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities are provided accessible, affordable, acceptable, and quality healthcare services regardless of citizenship status, in particular in the context of a global pandemic.
What a catalogue of recommendations we have here.
Okay, and the final recommendations belong to the thematic session on participation. Number 43, international and regional organizations, states, and civil society organizations should raise awareness among minorities about available opportunities to participate in international fora and monitoring mechanisms. Number 44, international organizations should ensure the meaningful participation and representation of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in relevant human and minority rights processes, and the employment of minorities at all professional levels while eliminating any regional inequalities. Number 45, a permanent forum for minorities should be created to improve the capacity of the UN to effectively address problems facing minorities. In line with the precedent of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and the UN Permanent Forum of People of African Descent, A new forum should be composed of representatives of minority groups, taking into account diversity, regional balance, and gender parity to serve in their personal capacity as experts. The permanent forum should convene on a rotating basis at the United Nations headquarters in New York and the United Nations office at Geneva to coordinate with both human rights and security mechanisms of the United Nations. Number 46, the United Nations General Assembly should adopt a resolution on enhancing the participation of minorities, representatives, and institutions in meetings of relevant United Nations bodies on issues affecting them, based on the precedent resolution for indigenous peoples, and likewise to include consultations with minority groups and the report by the UN Secretary General. Number 47, the United Nations should consider the adoption of a UN International Year or Decade and the UN World Conference on the Rights of Persons Belonging to Minorities. Number 48, the agenda of the UN Forum on Minority Issues should be amended to include a standing agenda item to address urgent issues of minority rights protection. Number 49, the United Nations should improve the documentation of all participant statements to the UN Forum on Minority Issues. Number 50, the United Nations should urge states and regional and international intergovernmental organizations to consistently participate in and report to the UN Forum on Minority Issues as under Article 9 of the UNDM. Number 51, the United Nations should resolve to continue the practice of holding regional level forum meetings on a rotating basis. Number 52, the United Nations should provide information, administration, and interpretation at relevant events in additional languages, including minority languages, in order to facilitate the participation of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Number 53, international and regional organizations, states, and civil society organizations should promote digital literacy and digital inclusion as key strategies for encouraging greater minority participation. Number 54, relevant international organizations should facilitate the development of codes of conduct to ensure the representation of historically marginalized minorities in academia and their equal participation in knowledge production. Number 55, international and regional organizations and states should ensure that minority communities should have equitable access to humanitarian relief and financial assistance to participate in responding to the consequences of war, natural disasters, and other large-scale catastrophes. Number 56, the Council of Europe should create further opportunities for minority protection in the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities via the provision of a right of direct individual and collective complaint. Number 57, states should ensure the effective participation of ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities and their representatives in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures. Historic discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by such groups, including minority women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 58, states should ensure the meaningful representation and participation of ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities in national and local government and in the judicial system, and repeal or reform all laws prohibiting the establishment of political parties based on minority status. Number 59, representatives of minorities in state and local governments should be selected by their constituents in a manner that is fair, legitimate, and representative. And number 60, states should utilize technological tools to provide public services in minority languages, forums, and channels for participation of minorities at national, regional, and local levels to consult and cooperate with public authorities on issues directly affecting minorities.
Yes. Thank you, Marcus, very much, listening to this very comprehensive list of recommendations. Who could say that human rights are not aspirational? There are loads of aspirations for the future, and indeed a catalogue or a to-do list for the future. I would like to repeat that all recommendations which were submitted to TLI prior to the regional forum, during the regional forum, and even in the last hour, we got a set of 8 recommendations from the representative of the Austrian Green Party, whose representative would like to address the regional forum for 2 minutes. Please do that before I give the floor to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Deva Zwitter, and I cover minority issues for the Green Party in the Austrian basically in the Green parliamentary fraction of the Austrian Parliament. And I want to applaud you for the tremendous effort you put into formulating these recommendations. And I was very pleased to see also some of the recommendations that we have submitted already reflected. Thank you so much for all your efforts in this regard. And particularly, I would like to just briefly seize this opportunity to thank the Austrian Foreign Ministry for putting this conference together, for organizing it, and also for allowing a place for dialogue, badly needed dialogue. I have the feeling when I look into the statements that were made today, it's very important that we do find other avenues where we can discuss minority issues. I think this is one of the lessons I take with me today. And I think it's also important that we strengthen Austria's role, in particular when it comes to the promotion of human rights and specifically minority rights. Without wanting to bore you at the end of the conference, I did want to mention and stress also that it was outlined today and also yesterday that the situation for minorities all over the world is very challenging. And so it is also in Austria. It was briefly mentioned also during yesterday's reception, and that's why the current government, which is made up, as you know, from the Green Party and also the People's Party, has advocated for an entire chapter in the governmental accord just devoted for minority rights. And after 2.5 years of being in the government and in the coalition, we can say that some of the points have been implemented, but there is yet a very large number of issues that remain outstanding, where we are very much committed to contribute our part from the side of the Green parliamentary fraction and the Green Party altogether to promote minority rights. And I think we have had really the need for reforms. We have discussed this for a long time in Austria, and there is a need to promote an adequate legal framework to modernize the provisions at the constitutional level, but also the legal provisions that exist to really make the legislative framework fit for purpose and also reflect the modern needs of minorities and to take into account the specific situations of all the 6 minorities in Austria. So I would like to we have submitted our recommendations, but I would just want to point out one aspect that came up also today, I think, by the representative of the Netherlands when he explained the situations of the Frisians, and something that is very often forgotten, especially by the majority population. It's about, for minority members, an adequate legal framework is an existential question. So it means that when we have an adequate framework in place, an adequate monitoring mechanism in place that promotes the rights of minorities, then minorities can flourish. But if this is not the case, then their very existence is being questioned. And this is just something that we advocate in our daily work because we see that there is not enough awareness about this aspect. And it's just a final thought that I wanted to share with you. And on this note, thank you very much for all the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your notes on Austria's commitment on minority issues. As you all know, Austria has been the formal sponsor of minority issues in the UN historically, and also thank you for emphasizing the need to review, rethink, reform of the minority framework, which I am sure the Special Rapporteur will address in his final statement. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Danke schön, Anna Maria. Excellencies, distinguished experts in civil society and minority representatives, meine Damen und Herren, the end is near. I won't try to summarize the extremely constructive and insightful suggestions and recommendations. But I'd like to borrow one word when former US President Barack Obama spoke at the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. He started actually with just one word. He said, wow. I have to say the same thing when I look at the recommendations that you have prepared. And this is the work of you. This is the insights, the context, the understanding of the regional challenges and needs that you face in this region. And that's what we had to hear. That is the importance, in fact, of the regional forums. The regional forums is an opportunity to open the door to your voices and to the need to address the situation of minorities and the realities on the ground for them in a much more flexible way. We've heard many thoughtful testimonies on specific minorities, including some not so well known perhaps, or not so often heard from. And this confirms the needs for the greater accessibility provided by these regional forums, and the opportunity this provides to raise critical issues. And we heard a number of important critical issues here also, and these are reflected in the recommendations. The issue of language, of education, of effective participation, and control of identity, and also of, we use the word, a word, which in the past has been perhaps taboo. We even dare to use the word autonomy. We should. It is a time to look further in the future and to improve the protection and rights of minorities in their implementation. I will make just a few general observations, in part in the response to the contributions and observations that you have been making. One of them is the recognition that the protection and implementation of the human rights of minority is, as I said in fact earlier, an unfinished story, which has, well, I think we also recognize, all of us, which has perhaps stagnated, not really progressed in the recent decades, especially compared to indigenous peoples and peoples of African descent at the United Nations, which have in fact progressed significantly in recent years with the permanent forum and other aspects that we've mentioned earlier. So there is an urgent need to move forward and to do better, and I don't think anyone would deny that. Minority rights and issues need to be mainstreamed in the United Nations, included, integrated in the work of the UN offices, in the various institutions and mechanisms of the United Nations. And it currently is not. If we are completely honest, there are many situations where UN offices and institutions seems to avoid using the word minority. And at times, and we have heard this yesterday and today, at times we have almost the impression that there is a degree of ignorance or even sometimes even hostility in relation to minority issues and claims. This needs to be addressed. We need to actually do much better, and I think we have a pathway towards that in the content of many of the recommendations that you have made. It was also mentioned that the United Nations had to be much more accessible, including in the use of minority languages, to actually really open the door to the effective participation of minorities in UN institutions. And there has to be also a much greater use or integration of awareness training and other sensitivities in relation to minorities. There is very clearly from these recommendations a need for clear and unambiguous framework on the rights of minorities and the need to modernize these, including even for digital rights of minorities. And I'd like to make a little comment. The issue of digital rights is one where I have had a conversation with a number of experts recently in working with the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. And this is something that has been also realized at that level. And I'm extremely pleased that this has been raised, and we have maybe an opportunity to look at this more closely, because this is the future. And we have to think about the future on how we can reform and improve on the protection of the rights of minorities. I was also extremely impressed by the recommendations for minorities' presence and greater role and participation in UN institutions. The reference, for example, to the UN, to a permanent forum on minorities, I think is an idea whose time has come. It is something which is longer term, but it is something we actually have to reflect on and aim for. And this is, well, honestly, I think this is the first step in something which will be a process. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need a kind of vision and objectives for the future. And by George, as they say in England, I think we've got it. I apologize for my very bad accent. The reference to the United Nations Decade of Minorities, absolutely. We need to actually raise visibility of minority issues in the United Nations. The General Assembly resolution that was proposed here is, I think, a brilliant idea. Whoever had it, I'll buy you a bottle of Prosecco afterwards. And in a much more serious way, what we have here, I believe, is that we're heading towards an impressive agenda for reform and change that is much needed and extremely timely. That there will be, because we also will be having at the United Nations General Assembly in September of this year a high-level event on the anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, but also another opportunity to perhaps raise some of these issues, raise some of the contents of the recommendations, and perhaps move forward at a higher political level. I don't wish, and it would not be fair, to try to re-examine all of the invaluable insights and issues that need to be addressed. First of all, the experts on the panels, and I'll say more about that in a moment, the experts on the panel have done this much more eloquently than I could. But I just want to indicate that I am not only pleased, I am extremely impressed and in fact hopeful. You are providing, I think, courage for the work, my work as a UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues, to actually try to move forward, improve, to modernize what needs to face the new challenges of the 21st century, and the beginning of indications of a process on how we can go in this direction. Next, for the conclusion, the closing of this successful, insightful regional forum is to say congratulations and thank you from my part. I start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions on difficult and complex issues, of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course, of drafting recommendations. Are there any further details that we should give on the recommendations as such, or can I proceed with closing of the session?
I think we can proceed with closing. Just to inform you that we received one comment in total, so it seems that we have done a fairly good job in incorporating all the recommendations that have been submitted, and we already addressed that that comment was already incorporated.
Thank you, Anna Maria. I want to emphasize, if you do have comments, and in particular, if you feel that there has been omissions, or perhaps something missing, please certainly do not hesitate to send us comments. This is still a work in progress, as I said, but it is a first step in a progress which will be continuing, not only this year, but also in the future. In many ways, you've exceeded our hopes and expectations during these pandemic times, and also the challenge of this hybrid format. I cannot say how some people were quite anxious and even nervous about how this would proceed. I must say, I think the regional forum has been one of the most well-organized and smoothly operating ones that we've had. It actually has gone quite well. So for those who have not slept too much in the last 2 nights, well, you know, thank you for your sleepless nights, but actually I will say a few more words with the technical aspect, but things has gone very well. The caliber of the contributions of the expert panelists and the high level of engagement from you, from the participants, is very noticeable and appreciated, as well also as the presence of many state representatives in person and others in person and online. We didn't see them, but there were a lot of people behind us online in this forum. In fact, we had almost 200 registered participants. Many of you here, but of course many more that were online. So that's a very solid number of participation. Almost 200 from, I think, some 35 countries, producing 60 recommendations. Not bad for a couple of days' work, but thank you for that. So to all of you for helping make this possible and moving forward so smoothly, by respecting also the requested measures to keep this work efficient and brief, I would like to say bravo at the beginning. Let me say again that this is just one part of a process with many steps, that the recommendations will be worked on and be used at various stages, including being available for participants at the upcoming UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva in December, and hopefully to begin also the process to, and here we are using the R words again, review, rethink, and reform. And in relation to what everyone agrees is an unfinished story in order to fully recognize, protect, and implement the human rights of minorities. As should be done also elsewhere around the world, the United Nations and national governments must do more than just pay lip service. It's not enough to talk about the rights of minorities. We need to focus our intention and efforts in implementing these rights. Because when we're talking about the human rights of minorities, we are talking about those rights that are most at risk. Minorities are the most vulnerable, amongst the most vulnerable minorities in the world, in relation to hate speech, in relation to statelessness, in relation to the denial of their human rights in the area of education and language and many other areas. So, congratulations to all of you for your participation, your contributions, and especially those recommendations. You have made us very happy. And since I've used that magic word, congratulations, and thank you, there was 2 words, 3. Let me continue with other deeply felt appreciations. The organization of this regional forum for Europe and Central Asia would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, and even lack of sleep, as I said earlier, of many people who made all of this a reality. First, many regional partners and organizations supported and contributed to the smooth operations and success of this event. Our thanks and gratitude in particular for our host in the wonderful, beautiful, and warm city of Vienna. The Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs, which generously provided the venue, resources, and staff, including Nadia and many others whose name I haven't caught yet. But they made this a success in holding our first hybrid regional forum, and for providing that delightful reception that we had yesterday evening at the Ministry, as well as other organizations, partner organizations, such as the European Center for Minority Issues in Flensburg, the European Academy, EURAC, in Bolzano-Bozen, the Federalist Union of European Nationalities, Minority Rights Group International, and the Human Rights Consortium School of Advanced Studies at the University of London. We cannot neglect to mention, and you are here, you don't have to get up, but we know you're here. We would like to mention the invaluable assistance, contributions, and presence of the United Nations Minority Fellows, past and present. It's always nice to have young people here. And in fact, those who are still here, yes, I'll do it, I'll embarrass you. The UN Minority Fellows who are here, could you please still get up? I know there is a few, please do. Marina, also you are one. These are some of those people who are, they're the future, they are the direction for reform, and when I retire, I hope that you will be there to actually prendre le flambeau, as we say in French, because we need you, we need all of you to face the challenges and the difficult period we will have in the future. I also must express my gratitude to the indispensable advice of the Consultation Group on Regional Forums for the preparation of the 4 events around the world we are holding this year. And continuing, just to let you know, continuing already next month, we already have in a few weeks the next regional forum for Africa and the Middle East in a few weeks. So some of these people around me will have to rest as much as possible in the next few weeks for the next challenge. Merci beaucoup à vous. Dankeschön. My thanks also to all of the national representatives and state officials, and especially the people from various minority organizations, and particularly those who have given voice for minority communities who may not often be seen or heard at the international level. It's extremely important. And here, particularly those from Central Asia, which is always a bit of a challenge when we have activities and events in Geneva. And I'm very happy that this has been improved this year, but this will continue to improve, I hope. To the moderators of the panels of this regional forum, Mina Varma and Velo Petai, congratulations for a job well done with guiding your panels during full days with great tact, sensitivity, and efficiency. Merci à vous. Our gratitude also to those who are invisible, well, the interpreters anyway. The interpreters and the technical team in the background. This is your turn also. They have made this hybrid event run very smoothly. And really, I have to admit, quite a few people were nervous. And they've done a wonderful work. And Nadia, I'm looking at you also. Thank you for all of that. And believe me, some of us were really concerned with this hybrid format, how we would proceed. But it's gone very well. We were blessed not only with interpretation in English, French, and Russian, but also in the Romani, which is a very rare situation with United Nations activities. And I think I needed to mention that. It was also significant that we had quite a number of Roma who actually participated in this forum from different parts of Europe and Central Asia, and the Ukraine in particular. And this is something we will continue to make efforts, including, as I said, we had the interpretation in the Romani language during this forum. I want to make a little comment that we do try to, for every regional forum, have at least interpretation in one minority language. And I want you to understand that this is something that we give a great deal of significance and importance to, because this is actually a question of accessibility. Are we serious in having minorities participate as effectively as possible? If we are, we have to use the languages of minorities also. It's not easy, it's expensive, and we don't have that many resources. But in this case, thanks to the support of the government of Austria and also of the Tom Lantos Institute, which is contributing huge amounts of resources and personnel to this, we've been able to do it, I think, for each regional forum. To all of the expert panelists, who in addition to sharing their experience and expertise, also have enriched the content of the recommendations by providing their own insights and wisdom to us, sometimes even in advance. Once again, many thanks, because you have made recommendations and suggestions that are reflective of the region, which it might not have been otherwise possible to identify. It's also possible some of you will be contacted again and invited to contribute further this year, or the next even, since I indicated that these regional forums are part of a long process of efforts and consultations leading to the UN Forum in December in Geneva. And particularly because this is not the end, this is in fact the beginning, as I said earlier. So we will be looking at the recommendations because I actually do think that they contain an action plan for the future, for reform. And therefore, we will be looking at how we can improve the protection of minorities in this anniversary year of the UN Declaration in other ways to strengthen the architecture of human rights in Europe and Central Asia. To the members of the OHCHR, and I am coming at the end, so don't be too worried. To the members of the OHCHR office in Geneva, especially Marina and Christelle, and to the staff members, especially of the Tom Lantos Institute. Evelyn, I won't ask you to all stand up, but there's Evelyn. Well, actually, I will. Maybe you should all stand up. Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki, Sean, and I hope I didn't forget anyone, for all of your continual work and dedication since 2019. As we say in French, chapeau, my hat, and my gratitude to you, since without you, there would be no regional forums. You know the expression, saving the best for last, right? Oh, Anna Maria.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
It is especially to you, Anna Maria, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who made a mistake in 2018. The mistake she made was to come see me and say hello once I was a fresh, young special rapporteur. And she volunteered bravely and perhaps even naively to support my mandate in this regional approach to minority rights. Anna Maria, it's your vision and leadership and all of the work, coordination, and the support of the Tom Lantos Institute, which has led to 4 years of widely successful and recognized regional forums. We've done good. We've succeeded beyond our wildest expectations, in fact. So for you, rest well for the next few weeks, because you know we have another regional forum coming up soon. And please, ladies and gentlemen, could you join me to thank particularly Anna Maria for all this?
Yeah, my goodness me. Thank you. Thank you.
Finally, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank all of you who have been part of this process, participants, panelists, experts, state officials, and representatives who are at the very heart of these regional forums, and with whom we will be able to, I hope, to continue working together towards the common shared goal of better understanding, respecting, and implementing the human rights of minorities, in particular, in order to review, rethink, and reform what started 30 years ago, but now must still be adapted to very different and even difficult times for human rights and minorities. Did I use the word finally just then? I think I did. But let me end with a little story. It is a tale from the east of Europe, from Slavic traditions, which tell the story of two frogs that fall in a bucket of milk. The walls of the bucket is too high and slippery. So what happens was, when they try to jump out of the bucket, they slip. They can't get out. They're frogs. At the beginning, no problem. They float around, maybe push their legs a little bit. It's all very easy, and actually there's no problem. But after a while, after some period, it actually becomes more difficult. They have to work more and more to stay afloat. And gradually, they begin to have to make serious efforts to stay afloat. They're stroking, and they're beginning to tire, and eventually they become exhausted. And in fact, we could say like many minority and civil rights organizations or defenders right now, as a matter of fact, in many parts of the world. Eventually, the frogs are becoming uncomfortable because the situation seems hopeless. They can't get out of the bucket. And even though they're frogs, at one point they need to stay afloat and to be able to breathe. Finally, after a very long period, one gives up and drowns. The other decides to continue despite the odds. The situation is impossible. There's no way out. And so instead of giving up and drowning, it continues against the odds. Then something happens. All of those efforts against the odds, where there didn't seem to be any possibility of succeeding in this desperate situation, but the frog's perseverance and paddling has started to churn the milk into butter. The environment, in fact, changes. So all of that desperate action, when there didn't seem to be anything happening or hope, actually changed the environment and made it possible for the frog to jump out of the bucket because of its perseverance and efforts that eventually change the situation, the context, if you will. Mesdames et messieurs, meine Damen und Herren, it may seem today that minorities are in impossible situations. What's the use? What's the point? And this was, some of you actually asked me that question today. And yet, the institutional and other changes that were made in the 1990s, 30 years ago, are still with us. In other words, we have changed the context in Europe, in other parts of the world, with the recognition of instruments and the rights of minorities, which did not exist before that. The context, the environment has been changed, despite the odds. So it may seem hopeless, but your efforts and those of minority and human rights defenders and activists, all of their perseverance and efforts do have an impact around us on the environment. And some of the situations, even though some of the situations of minorities may seem hopeless, nothing will progress unless these efforts continue, despite the odds and even the desperate situation some of us may seem to be in. It's through never-ending efforts and commitments that something eventually will change. The 1990s, 30 years ago, showed us that changes are possible. And today we have more tools. They're imperfect. Sometimes they're completely ignored. They don't seem to work, perhaps with some governments, but they are there, as imperfect as that may seem. So we can work with governments, we can work with regional organizations, we can improve the United Nations mechanisms approach and how it deals with minority issues. We can try to develop new instruments and work with others that are much more focused on minorities, such as the OSCE High Commissioner, other human rights commissioners, and so on. And now, therefore, is the time to improve on what you have in Europe and to continue the needed changes of the noble-sounding promises and commitments to turn them into reality. I hope by focusing on implementation in other areas, as we have seen in the recommendations. This is the vision and courage needed in 2022 to mark this 30th anniversary and to look forwards towards the future. Danke schön. Thank you. Spasiba bolshoi и merci. Until we meet again, in order to continue with the unfinished business of respect, dignity, and equality for all, which are at the core principles behind human rights architecture and mechanisms. It's an incomplete and insufficient story, but we still have to improve on it and build on it. And as we say in French, because I have to finish in French, ce n'est qu'un début, it is the beginning. It is the beginning and not the end. Goodbye, stay safe, and stay healthy. Merci.